Maybe. Oh, all right. Okay. Greetings, everyone. This is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, and happy new moon. Happy last new moon of 2024. Today is a special new moon as it is the second new moon occurring in a calendar month, making it a black moon. So it's really powerful and auspicious. And, it gives us the opportunity to kind of double up on our power up, if you will, because as you know, or may not know, new moons are about planting new ideas, planting new seeds, um, you know, starting something new, beginning a new project. You think about the new moon, which is the dark moon, right? Which is the moon that you cannot see. You think about this darkness like as the rich fertility of soil for which you can plant something new, and then over the 2-week period waiting for the light of the full moon, you nurture, you water, you take care of this idea, and watch it come to fruition. Okay, so this is a really auspicious day, and hopefully you took good advantage of it. Hopefully you didn't let the noise of the world, um, you know, plant something new that doesn't benefit you. Plant something new that is counter to what you want to happen. I'm not going to be doing like an astrological, new moon thing today. Today I am going to be reading. And I tell you, I'm not going to meet my ambition, which was to finish this book by the first. I just don't see it. We're starting on page 139 tonight, and the book ends on page 198. So I don't know. We'll see. There's still time. And y'all know me, I'm hella ambitious. There's still time. We might finish it by the end of the day on the 1st. We may. But anyway, that's what I came here to do, to read. But I just wanted to wish you a happy black moon in Capricorn. And I would greetings, everybody. Greetings, everybody. Java Watson, Tajli, Chloe, Java. Let's see. Lanier 357. Only Lane. Let's see. Only Linnell Designs. Let's see who else is up on here. Love Notes Balance. Afrophysics. Okay, everybody in the house. Yes, Silk Wax 59. So yes, I sound a lot better. I feel a lot better. All you sweet Java Watson. Yes, I feel a lot better. I feel like a human again. I even after I stopped, hacking up my lungs for about 3 days, I still felt like zero energy. Like everything was effortful. So yes, I feel a lot better today. And thank you to all of you who sent donations, who sent contributions while I was down and out. It was really appreciated. I really appreciate you guys doing that. It made me feel a lot better about my life. I'll be honest. I was in here feeling all sorry for myself and shit. Like, God damn, I could die in this bitch and wouldn't nobody know. There ain't nobody came to my house and shit. You feel me? I was up in here feeling real sorry for myself, y'all. So the donations, the shout outs, the are you alive checks, all of that was really appreciated. So anyway, I'm not going to prolong this. I'm going to read for a little bit. I might read a little bit longer than usual tonight, because I really want to get done with this book. We have a lot to do. I spent about 3 hours today charting. I will say a few things. I spent about 3 hours today charting our calendar for the year. Things that we're going to do this year that are going to be like our regular things, right? Like the temple will forever do. So for example, last year I started doing the couples retreat, the couples mini retreat that's local, that's here in LA. I'm probably going to do it at the same place that I did it last year, which was at Zula Den, off Jefferson and Crenshaw here in LA. And so what it was a day-long mini retreat for couples. So I'll be doing that this year in February. I will be doing the death inception and rebirth ceremony. More than likely, I'll still be doing that in the same place, which was out in Desert Hot Springs. That is going to be limited space. So I'll start giving you guys details so y'all can start planning for that. Anybody that wants to attend this year, because the space is going to be limited. I think I'm only going to do maybe 7 people again this year. So very, very limited space for that. That happens on the spring equinox, the rebirth ceremony. So that is on March 20th this year. So yeah, I have a lot of things planned, and then right out the gate. So this coming Saturday, which is the 4th, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this coming Saturday will be the first temple service of the new year. So what I am going to do, at least what I am thinking right now, because I do not have a functional local committee. So what I am thinking, it's still up for debate, but I tend to, when I do the lives, I tend to have more of you participate at the 9 o'clock hour than when I'm doing the lives in the morning. So what I'm thinking about doing, it'll be the first and third Saturday of every month will be temple services. Like I said, temple services will be live and on location. So yes, I will still be streaming through IG and through Facebook, but I will be streaming from the location that is going to be our ongoing location, which is called Aligned Studios here in Glendale. Okay. So every first and third Saturday is going to be, get off my door. Every first and third Saturday is going to be the temple service. Every second and fourth Wednesday at 9 p.m. is going to be the temple study. Okay. So a lot of you have been asking me about when I'm going to start the book club again. And when can we go back over the great cosmic weather and So it's not going to be a book club. It is going to be a temple study. So what I will do is, for those of you who participated in the book clubs at all, I will send out a pre-selected section of whatever it is. Typically, I'm going to choose from books that we have already gone through, that are available, that I've read to you on my channel. We will choose from these books. I will choose a chapter or section, and I will send that out to you guys, at least a week out from the book, from the temple study. And then I will conduct it just like I do political educations. When I send out to you what it is we're going to be covering in the discussion in the temple study, I expect, it is not optional, I expect that everybody that participates comes prepared with at least one question, ideally 3 questions from the reading, so that we can actually discuss and make sure that everybody is on the same page, or you understand something that I missed, or I missed something, whatever. This is how we sharpen our ability to cut through the shit. You feel me? So that is the evidence that you have read the pre-selected, whatever the reading or the topic is going to be. is that you come prepared with at least one question and ideally 3 questions that you present to the group. You present the question, we discuss the question, and everybody has opinions about the question, whatever, and then we move on. Okay, so that's how the temple study is going to go. So the temple email address is EvoEmeTemp EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. So what we're going to do, as a matter of fact, is I'm going to need you to email me if you are interested in participating in the temple study. That way I can put you on a specific email list just for the study group, so I can make sure I'm not sending out, the pre-selected topic of discussion to everybody. Everybody may not be interested. So I'll only send it to those people who are interested in participating in the study group. The study group is going to be every second and fourth Wednesday of the month at 9 p.m. Pacific Standard. I know that's late for a lot of y'all who are on the other coast, but that's what it is. It's just what it is. If we see, because here, if I do it any earlier, people won't have the opportunity to participate. You feel me? So both of those things, the temple services on the first and third Saturday, the temple study on the second and fourth Wednesday are going to be on location. They're going to be at a line studio. They're not going to be here at my place. So if you are local and want to participate, you can do that. You feel me? So that's all I have to say about that. The first and third Saturday of every month, the second and fourth Wednesday of every month, both at 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. So this is how that's going to go, at least for the first quarter, to see how it works. Is 9 o'clock going to be too late for people on a Saturday night? You feel me? For a temple service that's on location. You feel me? Am I going to be able to organize musicians to come at 9 o'clock at night to play at the temple, whatever. So we will do that for the first quarter to see how that works and if we need to reassess. So that's that. What else? Housekeeping. There's a lot more, but that is not really necessary. But I did want to say those things about those particular things coming up, because the first temple service is going to be this Saturday. And then I can give you guys more details about other things that I'm plotting and scheming a little later. So also contribute to the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. So if you are tuning in via YouTube, you do have the opportunity to do, if you look, it's either at the bottom of the screen or to the side of the screen. There's super chat, super thanks, that kind of stuff. If you haven't subscribed to the channel, I would encourage you to subscribe. There are different levels of subscription. And then if you're tuning in from IG or YouTube, you can also send donations direct. And so if you're using Zelle, it's the temple email address, EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com. That's EvoEmeTemp@gmail.com for Zelle. If you're going to do Cashapp, that is $ DaughterOfTheFates, FATES. If you're going to do Venmo, that is my name, Cassandra, with 2 S's, CASSANDRA -Floyd, FLOYD. And then if you're going to do PayPal, it's @ Iyapo Ngina, IYAPO NGINA. Okay. And so that's that. That's all the housekeeping. So we're going to go ahead and get started so I can try to run through the rest of this book, which is probably about 40 pages in the next 3 days. We shall see how ambitious I can be. Okay. So for those of you who've been following along, we are on page 139. On the halfway down the page, the section entitled The Anti-Church and the Antichrist. For those of you who don't know what the hell I'm talking about, we have been walking through this book monstrously slow, entitled Beyond God the Father and Toward a Philosophy of Women's Liberation by Mary Daly, written in 1973. And this book right here has taken us on many highs and goddamn lows. You feel me? This book has had us in our emotions in the best of ways and in the worst of ways. And it is my ambition, child, to finish this motherfucking book. To finish this book. Okay? Anyway, so we're on the section halfway down the page, 139, Anti-Church and Antichrist. Analyzing medieval Catholicism, Trolsk wrote, quote, "The church means the internal existence of the man God, of the God man. It is the extension of the incarnation, the objective organization of miraculous power from which subjective results will appear quite naturally," end quote. Moreover, in spite of all individual inadequacy, the institution remains holy and divine. Woo. Okay? Okay? I hope y'all heard. Ugh, who in the hell? So, all right. Just as the incompetencies of the ascendant group count for nothing as evidence that the system is wrong, so too the brilliant expectations within the subordinate group offer no substantial challenge. God damn. The system has been closed to new information. Child, the first paragraph in. The first paragraph in. Listen, y'all. She says, y'all, a word already. Moreover, in spite of all the individual inadequacy, the institution remains holy and divine. You hear me? Just as the incompetencies of the ascendant group count for nothing as the evidence that the system is wrong, so too brilliant, the expectations within the subordinate group offer no substantial challenge. The system has been closed to all new information. Baby. The image of the church as the bride of Christ is another way of conveying that it is the extension of the incarnation, since a bride or wife in patriarchy is merely an extension of her husband. Well, Mary. Okay. The potency of this image derives from the notation of the divinity of Jesus, for authority figures can derive credibility from the belief that they are representing the God-man. The Pope, who has been called the vicer of Christ on earth, and the ecclesiastical hierarchy of Catholicism, as distinguished from the laity participation in this identification. It has been argued, of course, that unlike the harsh patriarchs of the pre-Christian culture, this system was construed as a patriarchalism of love. In regard to the family, for example, Trolsk claims that in this respect, all that Christianity did was to modify from within this idea of male domination by its teaching about love and goodwill. It stressed voluntary submission. Hey, don't even start. Don't even start. Don't even start. Sorry about that. My cats. Let's see. Authority and subordination were to continue as before, he maintains, although with important and increasing security for the individual personality of women, children, and servants. Such claims are so common that we tend to accept them as true without question. However, they leave out of account certain disturbing facts, such as the barbarities of good Christians towards women, children, and servants that have been sanctioned by the church. Okay? Such claims also leave out of account the fact that under Christianity, the will to autonomy in women and other lesser beings has been stifled in a double way. Feelings of fear have been reinforced by feelings of guilt. Oh shit. Let's see. The alleged voluntariness of the imposed submission in Christian patriarchy has turned women against ourselves more deeply than ever, disguising and reinforcing this internalization process. As the Virgin Mother Mary was alleged to have said, "Let it be done unto me according to thy word." End quote. There is a bond then between the significance of the women's revolution as antichrist and its import as anti-church. See, God damn. Damn. Seen in the positive perspective in which I have presented it as a spiritual uprising that can bring us beyond sexist myths, the Antichrist has a natural correlative in the coming of the anti-church. Damn fucking motherfucker. Oh my God. Shit. Yo, I'm having a whole motherfucking moment. God damn. Hold on. Shit. Oh. Oh. God damn. Oh my. Hold on. Let me just take a note before I forget. Damn. Seen in the positive perspective in which I have presented it as a spiritual uprising that can bring us beyond sexist myths, the Antichrist has a natural correlative in the coming of the anti-church, which is a communal uprising against the social extensions of the male incarnation myth, as this has been objectified in the structures of political power. In order to see the relationship between the second coming of the God damn, in order to see the relationship between the second coming of female presence, not only as antichrist, but also as anti-church, it will be helpful to consider some aspects of the relationship between myth and ritual. Y'all ain't in the goddamn room, man. Oh my, y'all ain't in the motherfucking room. Shit. Reinforcement of myth through cult. God damn. Sociologists have perceived well enough the connections between myths and ritual. Durkheim observed, quote, "If the myth were withdrawn from religion, it would be necessary to withdraw the rites also, for the rites are generally addressed to definite personalities, and they vary according to the manner in which these personalities are conceived," end quote. Durkheim points out that the cult rendered to a divinity depends upon the character attributed to him, and the myth determines this character. He adds that very frequently the rite is nothing more than the myth put into action. Oh my God. Y'all, that's why we have not been able to get through this motherfucking book. Because I am trying to tell you, I'm trying to walk you through a goddamn experience, y'all. 2 days ago, I, for whatever reason, came through, but I was like, let me see what the sister got to talk about. This video came through about the real Kalima. This is an Indian sister. I'm gonna put the video in the link because I didn't even intend to talk about it. But here Mary go with this bullshit, y'all. Mary go with this bullshit. So I'm watching this young Indian woman talk about all of the common misconceptions about the goddess Kali Ma. Radical video. Brad, it was dope as fuck. It was fire, right? But one of the things that she talks about in relationship to the Kali Yuga, right, which is supposed to be the age, the period that we're in, right, or come rounding out the end of the Kali Yuga, right? She talks about, and then she talks about the attributes. Where's the book that I took them? Is it in this book that I took them notes in? Because this video was gangster. Okay, y'all have to see it. But she was talking about let's see. She was talking about the different attributes of Kali Ma. Now the whole video is about the common misconceptions about Kali Ma. Okay. One of the things that she said that is fucking me up right now about this section on female becoming as a presentation of the coming Antichrist and its coming anti-church. Okay. She talked about, while she was talking about the different attributes of Kali and what they represent. Why the tongue? Why is it always hanging out? Why is blood dripping from it? Why her hair look crazy? What do the nigga skulls on her skirt represent? Everything has a meaning. Most of this shit, I'm gonna tell you, I didn't know. Like the skulls on her skirt, they have a very specific meaning. I did not know this. You feel me? So she breaking this thing down. She's talking about the different attributes of Kali and what it represents, right? And she said, where she say that at? What does she say? I may not have even written it down, but I just remember it striking a chord in me. Basically, she was saying, damn. Okay, so she says Kali has 3 different personifications. Dakashina Kali, Shamshana Kali, and Maha Kali, right? And each one represents a different phase in her story. You feel me? In her personification. And the Maha Kali, which is the one that we're most familiar with, is the jet black with the wild hair and her tongue hanging out her mouth with blood on it, and the nigga skulls on her skirt and her foot on Shiva's chest and shit, right? And let me try to not lose my train of thought. But she talks about the Maha Kali in the Kali Yuga, right? She talks about the reason that her tongue is hanging out, right? Is that her tongue hanging out represents her insatiable hunger. You hear me? She said, but not her hunger for food. Listen to what the fuck I'm about to tell y'all right now, y'all. Her tongue hanging out, blood dripping off the tongue. You feel me? Her tongue hanging out represents her insatiable. What does insatiable mean? Unable to satisfy. Inability to satisfy. Her insatiable hunger for justice, liberation, defiance. Listen, I said, come on in the room. Her wild hair, right? They always talk about how her hair just be all over the place, just crazy. You feel me? What they call that? What they call that when they talk about us? Unkept hair. You feel me? I ain't did my roots in an age. You feel me? Her hair, her wild hair. In the tradition, her wild hair represents her wild, untamed, feminine power, unbridled, fierce spirit of uninhibited female power. That's what her hair, that's what her hair all over her head means. Listen, that's I could do I could teach a whole word right now on this. That is why historically, even when she showed pictures of the deity that is most connected with Kali before Kali became the Kali that we know, she is talking about how in the pre-patriarchal practice of this tradition, because Kali didn't make it on the scene in the Vedas until the 300s BCE. So all she's talking about 5,000 years of the history of the energy and the archetype of Kali before Kali was given a name, right? So she talks about this other deity. I forget her name, but she was saying how this deity was always pictured as a jet black African woman, coal black, with her titties down to her belly button, and everywhere she went, her tongue was just hanging out. Her tongue was just hanging out everywhere she went. And every story that is told about this pre-Kali, personification of Kali was a jet black African woman with nappy ass, wild hair, and her titties down to her belly button, and everywhere she went, her tongue was just out, just out, just out. You feel me? And she said that the story of this particular person, this particular deity, was as the harmonizer, as the one that was responsible for maintaining the balance that was the earth, right? And how that story changed as the different like external interventions were happening, as people were coming into India, as this slow rise of fucking ascetic traditions were emerging in Buddhism and in Hinduism, the moving away from quote carnal desires and carnal flesh. She broke that shit so down, talking about the political influences that changed the face of all the female deities. She talked mostly about Kali in this particular piece, but she talked about Saraswati. I did a whole 2-hour series that started with me learning how to play the song Saraswati Vandana on the sitar. And I was like, who the hell is Saraswati and why I don't know nothing about her? Baby, her story is incredible. And she shows the chipping away at the divine feminine through 5,000 years of Indian history. It was radical, this video. So anyway, she's talking about her wild hair. That's what a wild hair is for the untamed, wild, unbridled female, fierce spirit that is indicative of divine feminine power. That's why her hair wild. That's why she ain't got no time. She out here, she trying to quench this insatiable hunger for justice and liberation and defiance and shit. She ain't got time to keep her hair did. she ain't got time to be up in the motherfucking mirror trying to keep her hair cute. She like, bitch, I'm trying to save the planet. I'm trying to save the motherfucking world. You understand what I'm saying? I ain't got time to be up in the motherfucking mirror for 2 hours trying to make my hair socially acceptable. Yo, okay. Then she talked about the skulls on the belt. You feel me? We always see her. She naked. You feel me? And she got this belt with all these. She got this belt with all these dudes' heads on it, right? The skulls, there are 51 skulls on her belt. Each skull represents one of the 51 letters of the Sanskrit language. I said, mind blown. Mind blown, wig pulled all the way back. Each skull represents one of the letters of the Sanskrit language. Now, you remember me telling you the thing about Saraswati, how she's been disappeared pretty much out of the Hindu pantheon, but she is the one that gave the Hindu people, she is attributed with the creation of the language, Sanskrit. She is responsible or accredited with teaching the people how to write this sacred language. I could get a little deeper on it because I've been in several wormholes while I was in this bitch sick for 2 weeks, damn near, right? So Saraswati, her husband in the pantheon is the god Brahma, right? Be prepared to be mind blown, child. A whole separate damn video on the fact that that Brahma, that the mythological story of Brahma and Saraswati as these two divinities respond. They're like the foundational divinities. Now, you always hear about Brahma, but you never hear about Saraswati as the first goddess who gave humans everything: the sciences, the maths, the arts, everything, the language, and all of that, the mysteries, and all of that, right? Guess who Brahma and Saraswati is? I was in here fucked up. Brahma and Saraswati, whose stories are about 5,000 years old, okay? So, not 5,000 years old. Their story was emerged at around 5,000 BCE, okay? Brahma and Saraswati, their story, when you read their story is the basis for the foundational family in fucking the Hebrew tradition. Brahma is Abraham. Well, let me say it the other way around. Abraham is the god Brahma, and his wife Sarah is Saraswati. And then this dude do this whole ass breakdown, juxtapositioning the story of Brahma and Saraswati, which is thousands of years older than the Hebrew tradition. And how because that's what the Hebrews did. They went around colonizing people, killing every motherfucking body, and then absorbing some of their stories to create their own story because they ain't have one. So what was considered the origin gods of the Hindu people, Lord Brahma and Saraswati, became the foundational family of the three Hebrew traditions: Abraham and his wife Sarah. Y'all, I was up in here dismayed and bewildered. That's another soapbox we can go in another day. But that's one of the wormholes I went in this week. I took about 25 pages of notes while I was sick, just so y'all know, because I couldn't do nothing but watch TV. So anyway, so she's talking about how Kali, Mahakali, who is the great grand, the cosmic, she is the owner, ruler, and creator of time, space, and everything in between. Sound familiar? Right? So why did I get sidetracked on Kali when reading this section on the anti-church, on the antichrist and anti-church, according to Mary Daly up in here in this read tonight? Because I ain't gonna do no more digression, I promise. I'm gonna try anyway. But one of the things that this sister talked about was Kali's presentation in the Kali Yuga, in this age that would precede another golden age, right? This age of despair, this age where she has to come on the scene and right the wrongs and reharmonize the planet that is threatening to be destroyed, okay? And she said, what she said about Mahakali in this period is that in her insatiable hunger for justice, liberation, and defiance, she said that Kali, what did she say? It was a specific quote. She said, Kali, she said this period is the period that represents. So there have been different periods throughout history. She talked about how one period was defined, this particular period, or this particular yuga, or this particular age was defined by, I'm always talking about my opposition to pomp and circumstance, right? Like, I feel like we get too caught up in the performance of spirituality, and we don't spend enough time really digging deep into what genuine earth-centered spirituality is. We get caught up on the lighting of the candles and the incense, the pomp and circumstance, right? She's saying there was a period, there was a yuga where that was defined, where the performance of rites and rituals and ceremony was more important than the worship, than the individual worship of the deity itself. That's what she said in breaking this shit down between the different yugas and what these yugas were personified as, like what was the leading character in these different yugas. In this one yuga, that the ceremony was everything, that the worship, that the visual collective worship was paramount. She said, then you move into a period where the yogi, the sage, the person that is the representative, the intermediary between the spirit world and the physical world, the adoration and the study up under the yogi or the sage was that whole yuga was defined by your allegiance in relationship to a yogi, to a shaman, to to some intermediary between you and spirit. That whole yuga was defined by that. She says that the Kali Yuga is the yuga that is dominated by Mahakali, the wild, the untamed, the defiant, right? That this yuga is defined by the complete abandonment. Child, I am getting goosebumps telling you the shit. She said this yuga must be defined by a complete abandonment of tradition, of culture, of ritualistic practice, of fucking meditation, of yoga. Baby, this is an Indian girl on her channel saying, y'all got it fucked up. What y'all been talking about, Kali? Y'all got that shit wrong. This what Mahakali teaches us in the Kali Yuga. That everything that we have come to, what have I been telling y'all for 4 or 5 years? Everything that we have come to accept as tradition, we always did it like that, so we always gotta do it just like our ancestors did it. If you don't do it just like our ancestors did it, then you wrong. Sound familiar? Those of you who may be in the Mayan or Azteca tradition, sound familiar? So those of you who may be sticking your toe into the traditions of your African ancestors, Ifa, voodoo, whatever, how you get shamed and shit when you don't execute ritual and prayer and the dance and the ceremony just like our ancestors did it 2,000 years ago, and you get shamed in the shit. Remember, I'm always telling y'all that. And that's why everybody in the tradition, especially African traditions, got a problem with y'all, because she don't even bridle her tongue. She said, when I come on the scene, because my coming is slow. I only come around here every so often. But when I come on the scene, I'm coming to wreck all this shit. Everything your ass done got comfortable with, your traditions, your laws, your institutions, your ideas. When I come on the scene, motherfucker, I come to destroy all that you have grown comfortable with. All those things that have stifled your fucking ability to evolve. That's what I came to do. Here Mahakali say the same thing. Mahakali say, when I come up in here, bitch, I'm destroying every motherfucking thing. Everything that ain't useful, I'm trashing that shit. And then this girl go and say the same thing I've been telling y'all. But sometimes motherfucker can't hear shit coming from a nappy-haired black bitch. You feel me? They got to hear it from some pretty young thing who, is in an exotic place. But she said damn near verbatim what I've been telling y'all for 5 years. We're going to have to create a whole new every motherfucking thing. A whole new. What you want? Come on. Because you doing a lot right now. A whole new. She said Mahakali in the Kali Yuga say, I came up in here to slay everybody that ain't right. Everything that ain't right, I came up in here to tear it apart. This, she specifically said, this period must be defined by a complete removal, of intermediaries. That's what she said. She said the last period was about us being devotees to intermediaries. That's why we get caught up in cults and shit like that. Cults of personality, political cults, spiritual cults, is because we have been in the last age taught. And what we have is our primary example of the need for intermediaries. Goddamn Christianity, which dominates the whole planet. Christianity for 2,000 years been telling us you can't talk to God yourself, nigga. You need an intermediary. Not only do you need an intermediary, he gonna guilt the fuck out of you. about your whole life. Everything in your life that might seem nice or fun or exciting or, feel good in your body, he gonna guilt the fuck out of you about enjoying your life, having the nerve to enjoy your life. And that the only way that you can experience true and real enjoyment is to suffer in this life and pray at the feet of this mythological motherfucker in hopes that you can be in this boring ass place called heaven that's all white, you know what I'm saying, with some pearly gates, and all the angels is white, and they all dressed in white, and they all got white ass hair. You understand? And God, you can't see his face because his face too brilliant for you to look upon. So it's surrounded by a big ass white light, and he got on white clothes and shit, and you just live, in these white ass mansions forever and ever and ever. You understand? She's saying we are leaving the period of the age that has taught us that the necessity for us to have a genuine spiritual experience has to come through an intermediary, has to come through a yogi, a shaman, has to be the complete suppression of the desires of the flesh through asceticism and meditation and yoga. I keep telling y'all that shit. Y'all keep looking at me crazy because I'm like, I don't meditate. I don't do that shit. All this motherfucking chanting, mantras, I don't do that shit. The mumbling, the little mala beads, and you got to count. I did all that shit. I have done all that stuff. That's not what I'm on about. You feel me? The sitting there counting your little 108 beads, saying the same prayer over and over. Nope. And I knew I was not wrong. I knew I wasn't wrong. That we have to get comfortable embracing chaos. And that's, I'm going to tell y'all something else. Y'all going to have to go back and revisit the piece I did a couple of weeks ago, that 5-hour bullshit that I did on Saturn, Aquarius, and Capricorn. I'm telling you, this is why I had to incarnate the way that I did. I am afflicted with those things that keep us stuck in a rut. I was born a double earth sign, a Virgo sun, a Capricorn moon, and a Gemini rising. And I was always in this contest, always in conflict with this Capricorn placement in my motherfucking heavenly chart and shit, trying to always like, damn, like what you want with me in this goddamn Capricorn placement in my shit? And she's like, because you have to go through the things to make it easier for people to be comfortable. Because who is less comfortable with chaos than the goddamn Capricorn moon and a Virgo sun? We methodical as hell. We rigid as hell. You feel me? We have to have all of our I's dotted, all of our T's crossed. We got to do what do they say about Virgos? They are the master of creating systems. They can see the whole terrain and know exactly how to create the perfect strategic system to make everything go well. And they're the most likely of all the signs to have OCD, Virgos, because of how rigid we have a tendency to be. You feel me? Capricorn on top of that, the Boreas, you understand, the money, the weightiness, and all of that shit. You feel me? Spirit was like, bitch, yes, you need all that shit because you need to have a frame of reference where when you talk to people about what they have to do in this period that is unlike anything that we have seen in the last 6,000 years, they're going to have to be able to relate to you. They're going to have to know that you're not talking at them, that you are talking to them through experiences that you have had and moved through. This is how we're going to change the motherfucking world. It is not going to be doing the same repetitious dumbass shit that we have been made and conditioned to accept as the only way to move forward in the world. This is the period where everything that we are experiencing is telling us, y'all bitches got to get comfortable with chaos. Y'all have to not only get comfortable with it, you have to embrace it like a fucking lover. That's what you have to do. You have to welcome it when it shows its face. Chaos. Oh shit, Mama Chaos that came in the scene. Let's go. What she got in store for us today? Let's go. That's the period that we're in. And everything around us is yelling out loud. Don't you see? Chaos is the answer. Don't you see? Magic is the solution. Don't you see? Rebellion, that thing that has been shamed out of you since you were a child. Rebellion is the solution for the new day. It is the primary ingredient in the medication that's going to heal the fucking planet. Rebellion. My high colleagues say, bitch, look, my hair is wild. I ain't combing my shit. My tongue is laid out because I know y'all are uncomfortable with the way I present in the world. So the more uncomfortable bitch you can be, the more we can get some shit done. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, y'all ain't heard. Y'all ain't heard. She the fuck up in here. She is the fuck up in here. I listened to this girl's presentation, man, and she talked about when she said that, baby, let me tell you, I don't need confirmation. I'm certain. I don't need confirmation, but it is so dope when it happens. It's so dope when it happens, like this motherfucking reading tonight that's got me in my goddamn feelings. We ain't even a whole page into the reading, and the reading got me in my feelings because I'm like, oh my, holy shit. Holy shit, y'all. I keep telling y'all over and over again, man, you cannot make this shit up. Our mother is on the goddamn move, baby. This shit is amazing. It's so amazing. I didn't have no. Why are you scratching me? Now, either you want to be up here or you don't, but you ain't gonna be scratching on me. What you want? Now, you doing too much. Maybe you're true. Hey. But baby, I told y'all, I even have no frame of reference. I had not read The Great Cosmic Mother yet. None of that. And all y'all had me in that motherfucking car at 6 o'clock in the morning talking about, bitch, I'm the Antichrist. And I'm like, oh, what you mean? What's that mean? Child, still triggered from that Christian shit. I ain't been in the church in 20 years, still triggered. I'm the Antichrist. I'm the salvation. I'm the savior of the world. Boy, you ain't gonna keep doing that in my lap now. What do you want? What do you want? You're doing too much. What you want? Anyway, so don't be laughing. Y'all just be egging these dudes on. They be doing too much up in here. Anyway, my colleagues say, baby, I came to shred this shit. And I'm gonna have a good time doing it. I don't give a fuck how sad y'all are, I don't care how distraught y'all are. I'm about to turn the fuck up in here, and y'all need to be ready. Y'all need to be ready. You need to be clear about what you're looking at when I come onto the scene so that you are not taking a position that is against your own interest. That's what's happening. I'm going to say one more thing. Damn, I didn't mean to do this. But let me tell you, I forget this cute little girl name. She got a podcast, real famous podcast. I can't remember the girl name, but everybody has been sharing this video she just posted last week on Facebook. I've seen this girl video like 12 times today. And the girl has always been super cute and super funny or whatever on her podcast, talking about, all kind of stuff, talking about sex and relationships and everything. You're doing a lot. Nah. What? You're doing too much. You need to get out. You doing too much. All that squirming in my lap, I ain't with it. Anyway, so the girl posted a video, her New Year's video. And the brother that posted it on my page today, he is an E5 priest. He a blah blah. Don't, because you're doing too much. He an E5 priest, and he was like, I loved his assertion, because at the top of the video, he says something to the effect of, this video is the evidence of an ori that is yes, B Simone. Thank you. He said this video is the evidence of somebody that has an imbalanced ori. That's a nice way of saying that bitch crazy. She done lost her damn mind. That's how the E5 people say. When a motherfucker done lost their mind, something wrong with their ori. Their ori is not balanced. You feel me? Baby, let me tell you. This video, now this is coming from me, who is, a doctor of Chinese medicine. So, of course, the first thing I'm saying is this bitch got Shin disturbance. In Chinese medicine, when a person, presents with mental illness, they call it a Shin disturbance. Their eyes is shifty. Their facial expressions is crazy. You feel me? It's indicative of too much heat in the heart. Something is wrong, and it's disturbing their mind, right? Baby, look. This girl is going off talking about how I get it. If y'all still going into 2025 talking about getting your horoscopes done and your daily horoscopes and getting your crystals, all I need is the blood of Jesus. Going off, going all the way in about how she's sanctified. You feel me? Covered in the blood of the Lord. You feel me? And I'm going to tell you, we just had this discussion, 2-3 weeks ago when Sister So-and-so, she who will not be named, who we all just seen on my page, y'all done seen me on her page, you feel me? And all of a sudden, she ain't who she is no more. Her YouTube name is Defender of Christ. And she talking about, I used to be a pagan. I used to be one of you pagan bitches. You feel me? But now she in her car beating on the goddamn console with a thick ass Bible that her mama done left her. Obviously insane. Obviously something shook loose. But what did I tell y'all 2 years ago? When I started going in on this thing about Pluto, America's First Pluto returns, and how we were just coming out of COVID, and one of the things that was very concerning for the religious institutions was how many people, stop, how many people were leaving all religious institutions, Islam, Judaism, and Christianity and Catholicism. Everybody numbers was down as a consequence of COVID. People was hightailing it out these institutions. Didn't I tell y'all that? I said something is going to happen. Something is going to be instigated perpetually over the next 2 years that is going to drive numbers back to those institutions. Didn't I say that? Go back and look. Go back and look. I said they are not going to accept this. They ain't gonna take no loss. They ain't gonna accept accept the loss. They have to create the fear necessary to drive motherfuckers back to reaction. They have to create the conditions to drive their membership back up. Didn't I tell y'all that was gonna happen? What has happened over the last since white boy got elected? And everybody starts internalizing a Trump presidency as indicative of the end must be near, because God wouldn't allow this to happen. The Lord wouldn't allow this to happen. Not Trump being in office. It must be a sign that the end is imminent. And these numbers back in these fucking institutions shoot back up through the roof. But I just told you, the Pope made the declaration, honey, 2 years ago. And then y'all talking about, oh, well, he opening up these sacred doors and this and this and this and this. Bitch, I told you 2 years ago, he made the declaration. The priority for the Roman Catholic Church, the globe over, is the re-evangelizing of the entire planet. That's what he said out of his own mouth. Forget all this other charitable work you've been doing. Our primary mission for the next 10 years is to re-evangelize the whole planet. How do y'all think that happens? How do y'all think that unfolds? Through policy, through political strategy, through the fact that for the first time in 50 years, they're talking about how every European country has a far right representative in positions of power. Isn't that what they're saying? France, Italy, every place is all of a sudden far right representation. All of, like we done stepped literally 50 years into the past. So my IG feed is about to stop. And I'll bring it back on. They always stop it at an hour for whatever reason. So I'll bring it back on in just a few minutes. But it's about to go off in like 6 seconds. Those of you who are tuning in and want to log back in. And then I'm going to shut up and get to reading. But make no mistake about what you're witnessing. And the people that are going to be most impacted by that bullshit are the same people who were impacted in the first place. Colored folks. That's why you got all these black women all of a sudden out of the woodworks, quote, re-giving their life back to Jesus. Every time you turn around, some black ass woman making some grand declaration about how she was lost and now she found. She done gave her life back to the Lord in an attempt to target who? What was it? The New York Times said 6 or 7 years ago, the greatest number of people leaving the fucking church is black women. Who is this message for? Who is this message for? It's black women that have kept us committed to the church. It's black women that done forced us to go to these motherfucking churches because that was the only place that we had any semblance of community, any semblance of some kind of moral value and code set on the whole community. So what the fuck does it mean for the church if its primary foundational constituency, which is black lonely ass women, is talking about we getting the fuck up out of here in droves, in the numbers of thousands? Now, all of a sudden, every time you turn around, some black woman on a goddamn pulpit somewhere who was just twerking 3 weeks ago, now she talk about how she was a pagan, you feel me? She was lost, but now she found, and she's so glad that her mama is praying the blood of Jesus over her life and shit, that she done found her way back to the Lord and shit. Who are they targeting? This is a goddamn campaign. This is a campaign. And the problem is if you are not informed with the kind of information that can help you see through this shit, see through this shit that is meant to drag you back into fucking reaction, drag you back into the past that has held you captive your whole motherfucking life, your mama life, your grandmama life, your great-great-grandmama life, that had us held captive up in this bitch for 2,500 years. And you would stay in the past for fear of the future. Stay in the past for fear that the future always guarantees us something better and something more. The evolution always works to our benefit, never to our detriment. Never. Where in human history has evolution worked to our disadvantage, worked to our detriment? Never. It always guarantees us a better version of us, a better version of the world, a better version of humanity if left unimpeded. And so here you have this monstrous institution that the little young sister was talking about in the Kali Yuga, where you have to have an intermediary. You have to have some man between you and God in order for you to have some kind of spiritual experience. And in order for you to have that spiritual experience, suffering and pain and sadness and woe are the ingredients that guarantee you a great afterlife. The better you can suffer in the material world, the better your afterlife gonna be. And then that's the shit we choosing to go back to. That's the shit we choosing to go back to. That's the shit that's targeting us. Using black-skinned women to target black-skinned women. Y'all act like y'all don't know I'm giving y'all a word. You understand? Y'all act like y'all don't know that I'm up in here giving y'all a word. And we would all fall victim to that madness if we are not clear about what it is we're looking at. So I don't tell you about the mythology just because I'm fascinated with mythology. I don't do that. The reason I teach you about mythology is because all mythology emerges at a particular time in the human experience. And these mythologies, these stories are a way to communicate an idea of something that people were actually experiencing at any given period in human history. That's why it's important to understand mythology and where it emerged from, where it came from, where the practices, where the stories, where they came from, what was happening to human beings collectively when they accepted these stories as a part of their culture. I think it was Napoleon Bonaparte that said, history is nothing but a set of agreed upon lies. That's what Napoleon said. Napoleon Bonaparte said history is a set of collectively agreed upon lies. That's what he said. You can create history. You feel me? Anyway, I hope what I was trying to communicate about this particular read and its relationship to Kali, Mahakali, and in the Kali Yuga, this woman here talking about reinforcement of myth through cult. So I'm going to read that whole little section over again so maybe you can get an idea why I got caught up on this shit about Kali as the destroyer of all tradition, as the destroyer of all. How does she destroy tradition? Through acts of fucking defiance. That's what she say right here. The only way to destroy the old is in acts of rebellion and defiance to what is. That's what she said. You feel me? So let me go back to this section. For those of you who are following along with the reading or don't know what the hell I'm talking about, I'm reading from the book Beyond God the Father and Toward a Philosophy of Women's Liberation. And we're on page 140 at the bottom on the section entitled Reinforcement of Myth Through Cult. Sociologists have perceived well enough the conditions between myths and ritual. Durkheim observed, quote, if the myth were withdrawn from religion, it would be necessary to withdraw the rite also. For the rites are generally addressed to definite personalities. Damn. And they vary according to the manner in which these personalities are conceived, end quote. Durkheim points out that the cult rendered to a divinity depends upon the character attributed to him, and the myth determines the character. He adds that very frequently the rite is nothing more than the myth put into action. Y'all ain't heard. Y'all ain't heard. That's how I got caught up. That very frequently the rite is nothing more than the myth put into action. That's why the ritualism, they have to fortify in your brain the divinity, the sacredness, the sanctity of this myth that they're trying to keep you hogtied to keep you in line. That's why the ritualistic chanting of mantra to your mala beads or to your motherfucking rosary, you are hypnotizing yourself in the performance of ritual. Oh, fuck. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Damn. Listen. Your ass is practicing self-hypnosis. That's what you're doing. Y'all ain't ready. Listen. Very frequently, the rite is nothing more than the myth put into action. If this is the case, then clearly a rejection of Christobolatrist symbols is in the rising. Listen, oh my God, we ain't never gonna get through this motherfucking book, y'all. God damn. She say, look, very frequently the rite is nothing more than the myth put into action. And if this is the case, then clearly a rejection of Christobolatrist symbols in the rising woman consciousness has an organic consequence in the rejection of sexual rituals. Although one might be tempted to see this as a simple logical consequence, a reduction of the process to logic would be utterly naive. Berger has pointed out that the sacred cosmos provides the ultimate shield against the terror of anime. To be in the position of confronting the Christocentric cosmos that shields many from facing, quote, the terror of anime is to be exposed to the wrath of those who fear their own latent madness and therefore will inflict madness upon those who threaten their fragile sanity. Oh. To assert that this is not to be hyperbolic, but rather to make an understatement. Robin Morgan expressed this realization in her poem, Monster, quote, oh, mother, I am tired and sick. One sister, new to this pain, called feminist consciousness. Shit. For want of a scream to name it, asked me last week. But how do you stop from going crazy? No way, my sister, no way. This is a poor war. I thought once on acid, end quote. Berger, quite unaware that he is describing precisely the spiritual dimension of feminist consciousness as it converges to form the anti-church, writes, quote, To be in a right relationship with the sacred cosmos is to be protected against the nightmare threats of goddamn chaos. Oh my God. Oh my God. To fall out of such a right relationship is to be abandoned on the edge of the abyss of meaninglessness, end quote. Oh my God. Whoa. Berger continues to describe powerfully the horrible danger that one may lose all connection with the sacred and be swallowed up by chaos. Quote, all the gnomic constructions are designed to keep this terror at bay. Oh, excuse me. Oh my God. Did y'all hear what I just said? Damn. Damn. Listen. All gnomic constructions are designed to keep this terror at bay. What terror? What I talked to y'all about before we even read this section. The need to embrace chaos as a fucking lover. Huh? He says, Berger continues to describe powerfully the horrible danger that one may lose all connection with the sacred and be swallowed up by chaos, and that everything is constructed in this society to keep that danger at bay. Okay? The straight opposition to chaos. Excuse me. Damn. Listen. Marcia Elliott graphically records human efforts to ward off this terror. The women's revolution as anti-church represents this terror of chaos. Ooh, goddamn. This shit is so powerful. The women's revolution, y'all, as anti-church represents this terror of chaos and says it will no longer be kept at bay, baby. This is, let me tell you something. Let me tell you, because y'all don't, I don't think, listen, are y'all in here with me? Did y'all just witness what the fuck happened? I read a section that says you very frequently the right is nothing more than the myth put into action. And I am instantly drawn back to this goddamn video about Kali that I saw 3-4 days ago. And about one of the primary things was her representing the healing powers of motherfucking chaos. That's why her hair crazy. That's why she got nigga skulls around her goddamn skirt and shit. That's why her tongue hanging out and shit, right? And how in order to create, to rebalance the fucking planet, she has to engage in struggles for justice, liberation through acts of fucking rebellion and defiance. Didn't I say that? And what does that mean in real time? What do I always talk about? Oh, y'all, and she represents the storm, right? Is the healing powers of chaos, embracing chaos, right? I said that before we even got into the section. It's like she pulled the fucking words right out of my mouth from 1973. I ain't read this book. Now, as soon as I say, she say here, put myth into action, I was like, damn, that sounds like that Kali shit I read the other day. I saw the other day. And then we go on to read, and then she's literally saying verbatim what I just said to y'all 30, 40 fucking minutes ago. This shit is magical. I don't know if you understand what fucking magic actually is, like how it looks in real time. Not the fucking performance of ritual, the act of magic unfolding in real time. And can you recognize it when it happens? This shit is unbelievable that is happening in here right now. This shit is unbelievable. God damn. God damn. The women's revolution is, as the anti-church, represents this terror of chaos and says it will no longer be kept at bay. It rejects not only the myths of patriarchy, but their externalization in ritual. Listen, come on in the goddamn room. She said it doesn't only reject the myths of patriarchy, but its externalization as ritual. Oh my God. Oh. This makes it more threatening than an abstract intellectual. Oh. Mm-mm. I'm subdued up in here. I'm subdued. I am subdued. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. That's all I can say about that. Yes. This makes it more threatening than an abstract intellectual discussion about myth and all that. One reason why it is threatening is that religious ritual God fucking damn. One reason why it is threatening is that religious ritual maintains a continuum between the present and the religious tradition. It is essentially a memory. Oh my God, it's essentially a memory. Goddamn. Sexist fucking ritual is a false memory, placing present experience in the context of a history that is in fact a deadly fiction, a pernicious lie. Oh God. Oh my God. God damn. Whoa, fuck. Y'all. Listen. The reason why it is threatening is that religious ritual maintains a continuum between the present and the religious tradition. Damn. It is essentially a memory. Sexist ritual is a false memory, placing present experience in the context of a history that is in fact a deadly fiction, a pernicious lie. Yeesh. The anti-church dimension of women's liberation reveals that this expression of social memory is a lie. God damn. Y'all. Holy fuck. Listen, on this here motherfucking black moon, on this goddamn night, listen. To use Berger again, quote, men forget. They must therefore be reminded over and over again. Religious ritual has been a crucial instrument of this process of reminding men. Nietzsche said more than he realized when he wrote of this process, quote, whenever man has thought it necessary to create a memory for himself, his effort has been attended with torture, blood, and sacrifice. God. Whoa. God damn. Damn. Oh my God. Listen. Nietzsche said, whenever man has thought it necessary to create a memory for himself, his effort has been attended with torture, blood, and sacrifice, child. Anti-church means saying no to these reminders. The import of this no to the rituals that externalize the machismo myth may be gleaned from facing the fact that males have always marched to war amid blessings and prayers. This bitch going so off. The presence of military chaplains saying mass and holding other religious services for the boys engaged in the business of killing those on the other side speaks for itself. Females and males have been put to death amid rites and incantations. You heard? Thus, violence is made to appear sane. It is legitimated and made part of the social reality that is considered part of the normal scheme of things. To persons in whom the efforts of socialization so overwhelm critical judgment that their sense of reality is coextensive with the world legitimated by religious myth and ritual. The reasonableness of even the most bizarre and violent events thus legitimated seems unquestionable. Can we say, like, can we do a hands up, a raise? Because she just said that. She just said that. Such persons will fearfully resist the no of the women's movement as anti-church to such legitimations. Others who wield ideological and political power and understand how to manipulate such fears will also resist this no by using religion and other instruments of social control. Such instruments include the myth and institutions of mental fucking illness. Listen, listen. In the past, this control was exercised by the execution of heretics. In the present, well, as Robert Morgan puts it in her poem, Monster, quote, I gripped the arms of my seat more than once to stop my getting up and screaming to the entire plane load of human beings what was torturing us all. Stopped because I knew they'd take me for crazy and an insipid hijacker perhaps, and wrestle me down until Bellevue Hospital could receive me at our landing in New York. End quote. The worshipers of the Yahweh of patriarchy, as they come to realize the potential of this anti-church to bring about the transference of consciousness into another world, can be expected to use all the tools of violence at their command. For the social reality that they attempt to link with ultimate reality is precarious, and the danger of any enemy or conversion is a threat that lurks always behind the irrational dogmatism of the high priests of war. The need for ritual reminders itself betrays the precariousness of the shields against enemy, which these high priests, both ecclesiastical and civil, wish to keep erect. Listen. Listen. I'm going to keep telling y'all this. Women have always, since day one, since the male became aware of himself as something outside his mother, from the day that the male became aware of himself as something separate and outside of his mother. From that day to this, the primary target of patriarchy is the female body. Fuck whatever the fuck else everybody else is talking about. If you understand that, if you accept that as the one truth that exists today, to which all other conflicts that we are confronted with emanate from, then you can see its connection everywhere. Every war, every slick talking ass conversation about why there ain't enough money for healthcare and why, what's this boy, Mangione is in jail for assassinating this goddamn CEO. Every discussion. I'm trying to tell you, there ain't a discussion happening on the world today that does not have its seed in the attack on female bodies as the primary target of patriarchy as an institution. And there ain't no sidestepping this. There ain't no sidestepping this shit. There is no way around this. There ain't no way around this shit. Ritual, and let's see what y'all talking about. Leave me alone, Tajali. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. All right, let me do what I do. You feel me? Yes, you can criticize me because I did say I was not gonna digress too much. But Mary is up in here with a motherfucking word tonight. You feel me? And the mother has something to say to her this evening. She damn sure did. She damn sure did. Ritual and repressive satisfaction. God damn. Marcuse wrote, quote, all liberation depends on the consciousness of damn. All liberation depends on the consciousness of servitude, child. Damn. And the emergence of this consciousness is always hampered by the predominance of needs and satisfactions, which to a great extent have become the individual's own. Oh, end quote. Marcuse is here writing of false needs. That is that is those which perpetuate toil, aggressiveness, misery, and injustice. Although this intent and context clearly were not precisely the same as those reflected in this book, there is a coincidence of insights. The rituals of patriarchy do create false needs, such as the need to lean on father figures instead of finding strength in the self. Oh. Yo. Listen. Mary be busting shots. In case y'all didn't know, Mary be up in here busting shots. That was a shot fired. I don't even know. It was so smooth how she put it in there like that. It was so slick how she put it in there like that. She was just busting shots. Let's see, it's August. We'll be reading Mary and eating black eyed peas on New Year's Day. Okay. Listen, she say, look, the rituals of patriarchy do create false needs, such as the need to lean on father figures instead of finding strength in the self, or the need for compulsive self-sacrifice because one is brainwashed into thinking that one is sinful and unworthy. Then they respond to these needs by granting a transitory euphoria of a transitory euphoria of unhappiness. Child, y'all hear what she just said? God damn. Listen, they create these crazy ass needs because you feel that you need to constantly be self-sacrificing because your ass is sinful and unworthy of salvation just by virtue of being born from the vagina of a female who is inherently wicked. You feel me? She had to do something wicked for your ass to be incarnated because that's just her filthy ass lustful nature. You feel me? And then you had the nerve to be born out of her body through her wicked ass vagina. You feel me? So that's you doubly conflicted as soon as you get here. You feel me? So you unworthy. So you constantly bleeding all over the place, constantly self-sacrificing. I'll do it. Trying to prove you worthy when inherently you know your ass ain't worthy. You ain't worthy because you sinful. Then you triply afflicted because you had the nerve to come out your mama body, come out her filthy ass vagina, having a vagina. That was it. That was the nail in your coffin from the moment you was born. Having a nerve to be born with a motherfucking vagina. Condemned from the very first breath. You feel me? She say, then after you done self-sacrifice because you feel sinful and unworthy and shit, then those people who create the false needs in the first place do what? They respond to these falsely generated needs that they imposed on your crazy ass by granting you a plethora, an unending, transitory euphoria of unhappiness. The more unhappy you are, the more suffering you take upon yourself, the heavier the cross that you carry. You feel me? Like I'll take everybody cross. Let me just bear everybody cross. Maybe that'll get me into heaven. You feel me? The more burdensome your suffering, the more unhappy you are. What if Fela Kuti said, suffering and smiling, huh? The more you suffer and you wear your suffering like a goddamn badge of honor, you know the person I'm talking about. Sister so-and-so went to church. How you doing? Well, you know, God is good all the time. All the time, God is good. My gout acting up, you feel me? My diabetes, you feel me? The more suffering you do. And they give you an unending, bottomless pit of euphoria through unhappiness. Isn't this crazy? This is repressive satisfaction. To let Marcuse speak again, quote, the most effective and enduring form of warfare against liberation is the implanting of material and intellectual needs that perpetuate obsolete forms of struggle for existence. Oh my God. God damn. The women's revolution, just by being ourselves, declares that such needs are not our true needs, and such satisfaction is not satisfying, saying this comes from the depths of feminists' new awareness. Once it is seen and said, we do not need reminders because it is the word of our very being that is spoken. That is spoken. We may become confused, lonely, despairing, or mad, but we cannot really forget. This is because our revolution means life against death. It is not losing oneself for a cause, but living for oneself and therefore also living a cause. Because such consciousness is not contrived, its dawning marks a change. Its dawning marks a change, and the mark is indelible. One of the women who walked out of Harvard Memorial Church in 1971, Exodus, wrote, quote, what made the Memorial Church Exodus different? Excuse me. Let's see. What made the Memorial Church Exodus different from skulking out the side door and feeling guilty for leaving? What made it possible was the realization of the church that does not belong to me, and to my experience is the Exodus community of women and men who are prepared to get on with the business of living up to our potential, living in our relationships, living creatively, end quote. As the same women remarked over 1 year later, quote, it was once and for all, we did not need, it was once and for all, once and for all. We don't need to walk out of churches over and over again. That is the point. The satisfaction of actively participating in being is real and not repressive. As another woman wrote of the same experience, quote, as I left, I looked at the different faces in the pews and kept on smiling. I saw leaving women I knew, old women, middle-aged women, their children, their husbands, young women, all kinds and all sorts of people. I knew that they were leaving to do whatever we had to do to become whole persons. Ooh, yo. Because this non-repressive satisfaction is rooted in being, it in and of itself is not fragile, but enduring, not needing the inane reminding by ritual. Excuse me. Listen, not needing the inane reminding by ritual. Hello, ho, woo. Not needing reminding by ritual that reinforces false consciousness. It is creative and spontaneous. Women have not walked out of Memorial Church again, but have found other expressions suitable to new situations that arise. Feminist consciousness of being then is anti-ritual because it is so deep. Listen. We're also going to have another discussion. I mentioned this before, but I'm going to reiterate it now because it just keeps coming up in my own thinking. We have to be talking about, I'm talking about those of us who are, involved in the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence, those of us who are on our own peculiar journeys about what our role in this new age is going to look like. What are the new traditions? What are the new cultures? What is the new quote Renaissance? What word can we use instead of Renaissance? How are we changing everything? What does that look like on a day-to-day basis? What is the process of creating something radically new and different? I'm raising this because this book was written in 1973, but many people are having this discussion now about the failures of feminism and what next. About the failures of feminism And what comes next? How many motherfucking waves of feminism you gonna have to have before you come to the conclusion that feminism is not the answer? Feminism is not the answer. Now we on the third motherfucking wave of feminism, and the shit is just as raggedy as it was 150 years ago during the first wave of feminism. I'm talking about society. I'm talking about political society, economic society. I'm talking about all the things. The assaults on female life, what femicide and all of that shit is up. You feel me? So at some juncture, we're gonna have to be having a conversation about the pros and cons of feminism. Do the pros outweigh the cons? And if the pros don't outweigh the cons, what we create next? Now that we can see after 3 waves of feminism that the shit didn't work, you feel me? That it cannot work because of its inherent flaws. Defining oneself in response to patriarchy. That's what feminism has done to us. Forced us to define ourselves within the context imposed on us by patriarchy. When we gonna have another conversation about what after feminism? I'm saying that because even now when she's talking about feminism, or she says in other ways, she says like the growing consciousness of women and shit like that, but it always goes back for her to feminism because she was one of the great thinkers of the second wave of feminism. But if she was allowed to, I can't even say that. You feel me? I can't even say that. I'll just retract that altogether. But I'm just saying, recognizing if we were to sit together as a world of women and write the pros and cons, write a pros and cons list of all the wins and the gains and all the losses and all of the bullshit that came as a consequence of a feminist ideology through 3 waves of feminism, all 3 led by white women. Is feminism going to be the thing that we're going to be talking about as a way to pave a future for ourselves as women? Right? And so she here talks about feminist consciousness of being, as anti-ritual and all of this stuff. Okay, cool. I can't really like substitute the language that she is using, but I am making this segue as I have before in her readings. We got to come up with something new because there's so much rich, radical, awesome shit in her writing. So much deep shit in her writing. And in order for it to become an organic force that we have the ability to use on our behalf to benefit us, then we're going to have to change the language. We're going to have to change the language. Extract from the shit what we can use and then leave the rest of the shit. Because I'm not a feminist. I've never identified as a feminist. Never. Not one time have I ever called myself a feminist. Never. And it wasn't because I was scared of being called a feminist by some dude. That wasn't it. It did not even feel like it resonated with anything that was my lived experience. Still don't. You feel me? And so I segue that way all the time because this movement that she is talking about, this movement of the becoming of women, right? I love that. I love how she talks about that because she talks about what? The word sin, or one of the origins of the word sin means to be. That our very being is the sin. To incarnate as female in a world dominated by patriarchy is the original sin, right? And so I love this whole idea of the becoming, the collective becoming of the consciousness of women and how it has the ability to impact the men around us in a positive way so they too can evolve. Feminism can't help men evolve. It can't. We've seen the evidence of that. Anyway, let's see about that. So I just want to be clear because she says feminism a lot, but I want you to know I am not a feminist. I've never identified as a feminist. This book is gangster. We have to be involved in the process of changing language, changing how we identify ourselves, evolving. If we know that the movement is a failure, what comes next? Or we gonna create another fucking bullshit ass wave of feminism? We gonna do that? A fourth wave? No, we can't do that. So anyway, feminist liturgy, a square circle. What time is it? Oh, okay. I ain't been reading it. Well, I haven't been reading it all really, but I haven't been on here as long as I thought I had been. Okay. So, excuse me. A woman who proposed as her project for a course on the women's revolution and theological development, an attempt to create a women's liturgy, wrote a 12-page journal recording her thought process as she tried to work this out. The description of the thought process is in the form of a day-by-day diary and shows her increasing skepticism of the possibility of a women's liturgy. The problems as they evolved in her consciousness included distrust of anything rigidly structured, unwillingness to do research on liturgies, which would suggest a mold which suggested a mold into which to cast women's experiences, dislike of appealing to the old liturgies of patriarchy for legitimation, since these reek of hierarchy, fear of failure, and trying to do something completely new. Oh, here we go. Which would be a vehicle rather than a product so that women would be carried forward. All of these problems strike deep chords in women who are struggling with the tensions between remembrance of the past and experience of the present, which contradicts our old beliefs. Probably the most striking reflection in this woman's journal was that just as anti-racist, anti-war services never really seemed to change racist and warlike beliefs of the participating Christians, so a feminist liturgy would change nothing. Goddamn, would change nothing, for the form was theirs. It was the form that counted, not no matter what the content. I gotta get something to drink. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. Sorry about that. All right. Okay. She said it was the form that counted. No matter what the content, the form was a dead shell, and the growth of the consciousness of women is an attempt to live without such shells. The result of her efforts was the creation of an event, a combination of readings and songs expressing anger, change, self-assertion, and sisterhood. An event not to be repeated, but the story of which could be told repeatedly. It was called Something of, By, and For Women. A feminist liturgy is a contradiction in terms. Given the legitimating function of liturgy in patriarchy to support sexism and consequently its offshoots, war, racism, and all the destructive hierarchies of economic oppression. It is an attempt to put new wine, women's awareness, into old skins of forms that kill female self-affirmation and turn female consciousness against itself. This is not to say that the impulse behind the desire to have something like a women's liturgy is not healthy and alive. There is every reason for women to celebrate our becoming and the discovery of our history, but in ever new ways, not encrusted in stagnant, repetitious ritual. Come on, man. Listen, y'all. Listen. When I tell you, I am so appreciative of the confirmation coming through tonight. Okay? So appreciative. The urge to celebrate is a part of a precious new beginning. It springs from an ovarian insight, but the impulse can be twisted against itself if we looked for support and legitimation in the forms of patriarchal ritual. Fuck! whether Jewish, Protestant, Catholic, Muslim, Hindu, or whatever. To know this, one needs only to open one's eyes to the sacred symbols and one's ears to the sacred words of the sacred cosmos, and that excludes our humanity as women. To straighten out to straighten out the thought of Nietzsche, quote, what are the churches now? What are these churches now if they are not sepulchres of women? End quote. In his confusion, Nietzsche wrote sepulchres of God, but the real problem is that the churches have been the murderers of women. The corpse of God they contain is unfulfilled human being. Damn. To put the matter in psychological terms, one might ask the question, quote, what is a self-actualizing person? To this question, Abraham Maslow has excellent answers in his list of qualities such people exhibit. They tend to have, or better exhibit, boldness, courage, freedom, spontaneity, perspicuity, integration, and self-acceptance. These healthy human specimens tend to also have clearer, more efficient perception of reality, more openness to experience, autonomy, detachment, recovery of creativeness, ability to fuse concreteness and abstractness, democratic character structure. Such persons seem to have resolved the civil war between the forces of the inner depths and the forces of defense and control. We need only to think of such qualities and then to think of what religion in our society has done to wipe them out in women. A feminist liturgy, despite the healthy impulse behind it, would contribute to the legitimation of this wiping out process because it would be contained to some extent in a traditional form. The admission of this is implicit in the word liturgy itself. It would reinforce, though in an ambivalent manner, false memory. Non-Saint Joan and the Witch Within. Characteristically, the church banned Joan of Arc as a heretic and, when she was safely dead, canonized her as a Christian saint. Damn. When safely dead, canonized her as a Christian saint. But what if Joan was really a heretic, a member of the Dianic cult, as well as the well-known scholar Margaret Murray maintains? Murray proposes that the questions asked at Joan's trial reveal her accusers' suspicion that she represented an underlying organization which they dreaded, the old religion, whose roots go back to the pre-agricultural period. This was an ancient religion of Western Europe, which still survives underground. It had beliefs, ritual, and organization as highly developed as any other cult in the world. Murray marshals historical evidence to support her thesis that Joan's accusers were aware of her connection with the ancient religion. She points to the incredible exchange of letters after her execution, which reveal that Joan was no ordinary heretic. Quote, after the execution, the judges and counselors who had sat in judgment on Joan received letters of indemnity from the Great Council. The Chancellor of England sent letters to the Emperor, to the kings, and to the princes of Christendom, to all the nobles in all the towns of France, explaining that King Henry and his counselors had put Joan to death through zeal for the Christian faith. And the University of Paris sent similar letters to the Pope, the Emperor, and the College of the Cardinals, end quote. Moreover, Murray's research indicates that there was widespread belief that Joan was God incarnate. It was a belief of the old religion that God could appear as a woman, a man, or an animal. Such a god is found in Italy, southern France, and in the English Midlands, and is commonly called Janus or Dianus. The feminine form of the name Diana is found throughout Western Europe. It is the same name of the female deity or leader of the so-called witches. For this reason, let's see. For this reason, the old religion is also referred to as the Dianic cult. The fact that the French never lifted a finger to save Joan, difficult to explain, might be accounted for by their belief that as God incarnate, she was doomed to suffer as the sacrifice for the people. Joan's trial, then, could be seen as a part of the war between Christianity and the old religion, or ritual witchcraft, an ancient religion of pre-Christian origins, which should not be confused with black magic. Christian writers, of course, have wanted to claim Joan as a true Christian. However, Murray's contention is that these have been misled by such phenomena as Joan's voices, to whom Joan gave the names of the saints. For the questions showered upon her show that the judges had shrewd suspicions as to the identity of these persons. That is, let's see. That is, that the voices were human beings, persons of a different religion than Christianity. I should like to point out another item that might be significant. Jones's questioners were constantly asking whether she marked her letters with the sign Jesus Maria and a cross on March 1st of 1431. She gave an interesting answer. Quote, on some letters, yes, on others, no. She added, at times I used the cross to warn those who understood what it meant not to do what I had written in that letter. Why would a Christian symbol be chosen to bear this negative message? The issue that Jones's accusers made of her insistence upon wearing male clothing is significant. On this, the judges laid the most stress. Quote, though Joan had recanted and been received into the church, the moment she put on male attire, she was doomed on that account only, end quote. Murray points out that the simple fact of resuming male garments was a signal for her death without further trial, and suggests that for Joan, as a member of the Dianic cult, the wearing of male attire must have been an outward sign of that faith, and that the resuming of it must have meant the relapse. It may be that future historians, prodded on by the work of scholars like Murray and burning to discover the truth about Joan and about the old religion, rather than with zeal to entomb her within Christianity, will find more evidence that supports this interpretation of Joan's life and death. Yet even abstracting from this not yet fully explored question, it is clear that there is something deeply significant about the connection between Joan's assuming of male attire, which was a mortal sin, and her execution. Phyllis Chesler points out that Joan begins to step completely outside of the realm of patriarchal culture. Quote, for this, she is killed in her own lifetime and re-experienced by those women who are mad enough to wish to step outside, but who do not wish to be crucified by doing so, end quote. The essential reason why Joan was killed was that she signaled to some extent an escape from patriarchy. In some ways, it was an ambiguous escape. Joan's fate involved the sacrifice of the maid. This is a proud title, for traditionally in the old religion, the maid was one holding a high position in the coven. Yet, as Chesler points out, Joan's sacrifice was used for purposes of male renewal. Quote, in the Madonna's case, the renewal is achieved through classic patriarchal rape incest. In Jones's case, first through military victories and then through patriarchal crucifixion, guilt, and expiation, end quote. The final indignity, not stressed by Chesler, was the fact that having killed her, the church made her a saint. It should be noted that she was killed in the most horrible way. She was burned alive, whereas her lieutenant, Gilles de Reyes, was granted the mercy of strangulation before burning. As anti-church, the women's revolution is an affirmation of Jones's escape from patriarchy. It says no to whatever there was a co-optation and ambivalence imposed upon her faith. Above all, it says no to her imposed, quote, sainthood, and yes to her real sainthood. her transparency to the power of being, which made her life a sign event, expressing the witch that burns within our own true selves. Joan's potential stature was reduced by the patriarchal imagination into that of the virgin warrior who aids men to fulfill men's goals. This witch that burns within our being will have to bring out that potential stature, repudiating ambivalence and servitude, refusing the tortures and degrading honors which are their only rewards. Mothers, daughters, comrades. The religions of patriarchy, especially the Judeo-Christian tradition and its hideous blossom, Freudian theory. Whoa, shit. Freudian theory, have stolen daughters from their mothers and mothers from their daughters. Chesler reminds us that Demeter, the goddess of life, and Persephone, her maiden daughter, were for a long time celebrated in elaborate ceremonies. But somehow, no one really knows why, such celebrations of mothers and daughters certainly ceased. Mm. Ooh. Mm. Sorry about that. All right. Christian women go to church and sing of themselves as sons of God. The Virgin Mary was allowed only a son, but no daughter. Mothers in our culture are cajoled into killing off the self-actualization of their daughters, and daughters learn to hate them for it. Y'all. And daughters learn to hate them for it instead of seeing the real enemy. If they begin to see, the pain drives them to their paternal analysis, who help their paternal analysts, who help them to understand that they must hate their mothers for not having destroyed them enough to erase the pain. Still, the destruction has not been complete, and women are beginning to dream again of a time and space in which mother and daughter look with pride into each other's faces and know that they both have been victims and now are sisters and comrades. Damn. By the time of Joan of Arc, within the Dianic cult, the worship of the male deity seems to have superseded that of the female. Murray holds that only on rare occasions does God appear in a female form, and that as a general rule, the woman's position when divine is that of the familiar or substitute for the male god. Yet this ambivalence was probably a late development, and it was still possible to see in the chief woman of the cult the remnants of the mother goddess and her autonomous power. The old religion was not pure, but its women could still be powerful figures, not yet reduced to the condition of the bovine Madonnas adored by the artists of Christianity. The new being of anti-church is a rising up of mother and daughter together, beyond the Madonna's image and beyond the ambivalent warrior maiden's image. The togetherness comes from non-immersion in either role. Damn. God damn. The new being of anti-church is a rising up of mother and daughter together, beyond the Madonna's image and beyond the ambivalent warrior maiden's image. The togetherness comes from non-immersion in either role, and it comes from our desperation, which has made us remember and look forward to the golden age. This remembering, looking forward, already colors our existence in the boundary space and time where some women are beginning to really live. Anti-church and the sounds of silence. Male religion entombs women in sepulchres of silence in order to chant its own eternal and dreary dirge to a past that never was. God damn. The silence imposed upon women echoes the structures of male hierarchies. It is important to listen to the structures of this imposed silence in order to hear the flow of the new sounds of free silence that are the voice of sisterhood as anti-church. Durkheim wrote of the Warramunga tribe in Australia, which imposed absolute silence upon women for long mourning periods as long as 2 years. As a result, he claimed, the women developed communication through gestures. Some preferred to remain silent even for years after the imposed period of silence. One woman was said to have been silent for 24 years. One wonders if the continuation of silence is because the women discover a better means of communication, an underground language of silence that men cannot understand. The Pauline text screamed, it doesn't matter at all whether this was written by Paul or some pseudo-Paul. Quote, I permit no woman to teach. Listen, y'all. I permit no woman to teach. She is to keep silent, end quote. The point, it seems, was that women cannot, quote, officially speak, a claim still shrilly proclaimed by Roman Catholicism and Orthodox Judaism and affirmed only a bit more subtly by Reformed Judaism and Protestant Christianity. For this sacred words were all written by men and can only be repeated and echoed. In religions that cling to the past, whether by bibliolatry or by tradition or by both, no woman can break out of imposed silence. In modern times, academia and the printed secular word have partially moved in on the territory of the sacred church and its sacred word. Here too, women have been entombed in imposed silence, in the gross and obvious way of simply being excluded, and in more subtle ways of only being allowed to echo male words. One may dare to think out loud women's words, at least not too much. We know the penalties for that. As a result, the new sounds of free silence may be hard for many to understand. Shit. My IG is about to go off again. I'll re-bring it up in a minute, but they always stop it at an hour. So it's going off in 7 seconds. I'll re-bring it up if you want to rejoin, those of you who are tuning in via IG. Okay. Let's see. As a result, the new sounds of free silence may be hard for many to understand. They are many-faceted. We speak forth shapes and colors, utter textures, flash forth to each other in a flow of understanding what is too awesome to be understood. Our own self-birth in sisterhood, Robert Morgan paints the silence, quote, and I will speak less and less to you, and more in crazy gibberish you cannot understand. Oh shit. Witches' incantations, poetry, old women's mutterings, end quote. This multifaceted communication that is being born among women in the modern technological jungle of America is non-speech in the terms of our culture, just as truly as the gestures of the primitive Warramunga women were non-speech to their men. Multi-leveled communication is, of course, not unknown to all men, but the rules of patriarchy try to write it out as much as possible. What is new when it happens with women is that it is the interflow of our own being, our affirmation of process that is our own process over and against sepultural forms that almost never quite did quench our fire. Women are starting to know now the defects of language because it is not ours. It reflects the structures blessed by male religion. In order to say that women's speech breaks out of these bonds, I have called it silence. It is silence in the sense of going beyond inauthentic speech. But to those who know only inauthentic speech, it is meaningless. Oh, goddamn. Oh. Listen. Goddamn. Let's see. Logical positivists have claimed that one can ask only whatever questions language clearly expresses. To go outside this pre-established box is supposedly to use pseudo propositions to say the unthinkable and the meaningless. What the logical positivists do not point out was that the pre-established box is patriarchal, which would mean that our new anti-patriarchal questions are a priori pseudo questions. Other academicians, academics and non-academics, though they would not call themselves logical positivists, share this view. To such persons who crush thought and language into patriarchal space and time past, the new sounds are unhearable. A sexist language-bound world is death to these. Susan Langer wrote of the restriction on discourse that sets bounds to the complexity of speakable ideas. She saw this as an inherent defect of language, which is a poor medium for expressing emotions, ever-moving patterns, the ambivalences and intricacies of inner experience, the interplay of feelings and thought, memories and echoes of memories. The fine arts compensate for this built-in defect of language, she maintained. But I would point out that poetry and the fine arts have been individual expressions of ontological reason, granting that in the case of great art, many people can resonate to such expressions. They have remained by and large within patriarchy, which has neatly labeled them fine arts and entombed them in its museums and its universities. Contained, they have not made a planetary rebellion. God. Woo! Listen. She said these fine arts contained in museums and universities, they have not made a planetary rebellion. Indeed. Indeed, most art and poetry in our culture expresses patriarchal feelings. God. Oh my God. She is going off. Listen. She is going off. Look at the flabby, unathletic bodies of Renaissance Madonnas. Read the diarrheic outpourings of misogynism in Milton, Kipling, and Claudel. By contrast, the new sounds of silence, sparking forth a network of boundary communication, is the dawning of communal new being. This is neither public nor private, neither objective nor subjective. It is intersubjective silence, the vibrations of which are too high for the patriarchal hearing mechanism. God damn. It is then ultrasonic. Beyond the anti-church. We gonna listen, we plowing through this book. I don't fuck what you heard. We plowing through this book. I have already indicated that the merging of feeling and thought, of the personal and the political in the new space being created by the second wave of feminism is a widespread spiritual event. It implies conflict with sexist religion as such, but it also portends transcendence, not only of the sexism, but also of the conflict. This is partially due to the paradoxical fact that there is an elan toward transcendent discernible in the women I have called spiritual expatriates. God damn, y'all. She said spiritual expatriates. God damn. Oh shit. This is partially due to the paradoxical fact that there is an alien toward transcendence discernible in the women I have called spiritual expatriates, which is at least in part traceable to the influence of religion upon their lives. This influence has been both direct and indirect, that is, by way of direct participation in organized religion and by way of a general cultural climate that has in large measure been shaped by the Judeo-Christian heritage. A purely negative evaluation of the effects of religion would be inaccurate. It cannot be denied that many people, women and men, have achieved with the help of religion a kind of autonomy, charity, and peace. I have pointed out that these qualities, and particularly this peace, have been attained at too high a price, that is, by leaping over inequities instead of working through these. Certainly, there is something deficient in harmony bought at the expense of insight in solving problems by not seeing them. Come on, Mary. Yet, it is the human condition always to have only partial insight, and it would be foolish and insensitive to deny all authenticity to the deep experience, the values, and the commitment of those whose religious conditioning rendered them opaque to its own negative aspects. Damn. Those who have abandoned institutional religion, or to be more accurate, been abandoned by institutional religion, because of these negative elements, have often retained a fundamentally spiritual insight, although in many cases they would be reluctant and even hostile to the idea of calling it religious. At any rate, there is a remarkable radicalization of consciousness among these spiritual exiles, which often manifests itself in refusal to stop short at limited goals and particular issues, however valid and important, such as the legalization of abortion, free daycare centers, or the Equal Rights Amendment, and constantly seek to understand deep implications of liberation. This deeply radicalized consciousness is by no means the unique property of those who at some time have been personally related to the churches, however. It is one of the developing dimensions of sisterhood, a dynamic toward spiritualization of consciousness and communal incarnation of that consciousness. To call this reality anti-church is good, but we should not stop with this name alone. To say this word and to stop here is to be caught in a mode of expression that leaves us with an opposition of opposites. Opposites are open to seductive advances, to offers of to offers of co-optation and as radical women know. This is illustrated by the many incidences of being invited to speak to obviously non-feminist gatherings or to be on panels that are carefully balanced to represent both extreme points of view. Y'all, did y'all shit? Listen. Opposites, let's see. The assumption being that the truth must lie in between somewhere. Opposites are open to seduction, not because they are perceived as radical, but because they are perceived as similar to, in the same category with, the opponent. To recognize this is to not renounce our identity as anti-church, nor on the pragmatic level does it mean that we must always renounce such offers of a forum. It does mean that we have to be wary and that we have to reach towards something beyond opposition. Chapter 6, child. We plowing through this motherfucking book. Y'all can leave if you need to. I know I'm up on here, but I'm reading this book. Sisterhood as a Cosmic Covenant. Quote, my friends, do we realize what purpose we are convened? Do we fully understand that we aim at nothing less than an entire subversion of the present order of society, a complete dissolution of the whole existing social compact? End quote. She said, listen, she said what I'm saying to y'all. Y'all really about that life? That's what she said. That's what she just said. She said, we up in this meeting and now this shit cute, you know, lighting the candles, you feel me? Singing some songs to the goddess, you feel me? This shit cute. This shit cute. But are y'all really about that life? Do y'all really know why we here? That's what she just said. She said, this little dancing under the naked, you know, dancing naked under the moon, you feel me? This like full moon and new moon rituals, you feel me? This shit cute. It can be real appealing. It's nice when we get together and we do cute shit like this. She said, but do y'all really know why y'all here? That's what she just said. Do y'all really understand what the fuck we bout? That's what she just said. She said, do we fully understand that we aim at nothing less than an entire subversion of the present order of society? Bitch, we up in here trying to guarantee what? A dissolution of the whole existing social compact. Make no mistake. This shit cute. This shit cute. The ritual, the ceremony, the pomp, and the circumstance, this shit cute. Y'all need that shit to give you some courage, to trigger your little ancestral memory in your DNA and shit. The shit cute. She said, but make no mistake, why the fuck we up in here? She said, we up in here to destroy everything that is. That's what this Elizabeth Oakes Smith said in 1852. She said this shit in 1852. She said, you sure you know why you here? Better be clear. Don't get caught up in the pomp and circumstance, because while this shit cute, we up in here, girl, we got a singular mission. Nothing less than an entire subversion of the present order of society. A total dissolution of the whole rotten existing social compact. We up in here to lay waste to this shit. She said that shit in 1852. I fucks with her. I don't know who the hell she is, but I fucks with her. I fucks with her. But I'm telling y'all all the time, this ain't my page, my YouTube channel, the shit that I'm on. This ain't no place you need to be. If you faint at heart, if you easily offended, this ain't it. 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 If you're gonna be one of them motherfuckers who about the goddess and get up in here, because I tell you, once you up in here, you can't unsee. You can fucking leap backwards into goddamn reactionary shit, like our poor misbegotten sister who done become a defender of Jesus and shit. You can thrust your ass backwards into goddamn oblivion. You can goddamn put your ass back in your motherfucking cage and lock it yourself. You can do that, but you can't unsee which. So her ass is gonna go crazy. These motherfuckers who done gotten a glimpse of the goddess, who done had a walk with the goddess, and you know they didn't have to walk with the goddess, and then choose reaction over the mother, who go backwards and choose to go back into their motherfucking cage over a fucking sovereign, a free roaming existence with total autonomy over their goddamn bodies and lives. They choose the fucking past over the future. Their asses are going to go insane. And that's what we are witnessing with this. Who was it? The B. Simone sister and our personal homegirl who done tried gone astray and shit. There is nothing left for them but madness. You cannot unsee this shit. That's what she said right here. She said, you better be sure that you understand fully what the fuck you just walked the fuck up into. Like, I ain't trying to sideswipe nobody. I ain't trying to fucking manipulate you into no shit. I'm gonna give it to you blood raw. You better know, you better be clear about why you here. Are you just here because you like the cute little woo-woo shit? You like the little rituals and the little ceremony and the little songs? You like to be in the space where bitches talking about the goddess? Because if that's why you here, you probably in the wrong spot, boo. Probably in the wrong place. This she said right here in 1852. Elizabeth Oakes Smith say, bitch, this shit ain't for the faint of heart. When you come up in here, you better be clear. I ain't trying to hoodwink you. I ain't trying to bamboozle you, bitch. I'm telling you, we up in here trying to destroy everything that is. Everything that is, we trying to lay waste to this motherfucker. You better be clear. You better be. I'll listen. I love the way this goddamn chapter opens. Quote, Tiger, tiger, burning bright in the forest of the night, what immortal hand or eye dare frame thy fearful symmetry? William Blake. It was a temptation to call this chapter Sisterhood as Cosmic Church in order to express some of the movement's elements that are in dialectical tension with its mode of being an anti-church. However, the negative reactions of feminists to the term are warning enough. Betty Friedan expressed this gut feeling by remarking simply that the church is the enemy. Okay? The church is the enemy. The word is freighted with an archaic heritage in a specifically Christian way, and this may never be shaken off. Yet certain functions that the church claimed to fulfill and never could, essentially because of its sexism, are being more than fulfilled in the new space of feminism. Or, to be somewhat more accurate, something beyond the claims of Christianity is coming into being. For the formulation itself of churchly claims has been anemic, couched in a language reflecting the limits of the patriarchal imagination and perpetuating those limits. The church's actualizations of even such shriveled formulations fall short of what the advertisements have promised. Still, in order to help our new words, our sounds of silence to emerge, it may be useful to look at some prevalent concepts of church. The use of these to express analogies can be worthwhile in envisioning sisterhood as beyond the church, a space set apart. The church often has been envisioned as a space set apart from the rest of the world, having a special meaning for people and functioning as havens and sanctuary. It is still not uncommon for people to experience the physical interior of a church building in the way described by Eliot as an experience of sacred space. Even the frankly non-religious person in our culture tends to value certain holy places of her or his private universe, places associated with happy memories usually. Often it is a ritualized and superstitious sense of specialness that attaches to holy shrines that has nothing to do with individual or communal insight and growth. A church construed as a space set apart, then, whether the term is intended to mean a building, an institution, or an ideological sacred canopy, has certain propensities for serving as an escape from facing the abyss. It then becomes a place for spinning webs of God damn. It then becomes a place for spinning webs of counterfeit transcendence. Ooh, ooh, damn. Y'all, I hope y'all know that Mary was a fucking literary gangster. Jeez. Yet, the image of a space set apart is not worthless. I have already suggested that this revolution provides a space, mainly a province of the mind, where it is possible to be oneself without the contortions of mind, will, feeling, and imagination demanded of by women by sexist society. But it is important to note that this space is found not in an effort to hide from the abyss, but in an effort to face it, as patriarchy's prefabricated set of meanings, or nomos, crumbles in one's mind. Thus, it is not set apart from reality, but from the contrived non-reality of alienation. Discovered in the deep confrontation between being and non-being, the space of liberation is sacred. When sacred space is discovered, the possibility of deterioration into escapism or of absolutizing the space into a particular form is there. However, the real danger is that women will succumb to accusations of escapism or single-mindedness by those who do not see the transcendent dimensions of feminism. Reduction of women's liberation. Reduction of women's liberation to escapism because of personal hangups is still a potent weapon. Damn. Especially when couched in psychological jargon. Women are vulnerable to accusations of absolutizing the movement, and we are accustomed to listen only too well to the voices of alienation. Yet there is something to be attended to here, since the accusation is a typical reversal of the real problem, which is the constant temptation not to face the universality of a sexual cast and the awesome demands of living in a new space. Since the new space is set apart precisely from the non reality of sexist alienation, and since we are in it only insofar as we confront non reality, it is not static space, but constantly moving space. I have said I have said that its center is on the boundaries of patriarchy spaces. That is, it is not contained. R.D. Laing wrote something that is of help in understanding this. Quote, the truth I am trying to grasp is the grasp that is trying to grasp it. The life I am trying to grasp is the me that is trying to grasp it. End quote. Our space is the life source, not the container of contrived covers of life. But whereas Lang was writing of an individual leap or journey through inner spaces that society would call madness, we are engaged. Let's see. We are engaged in a journey that is not only utterly individual, but also ultimately communal. The kind of community that has springs from the fact that there is discovery of the me that is trying to grasp it. Lang, however, while he does perceive the destructiveness of the social setting, remains to some extent caught in an intrapsychic point of view. The problem remains that even if many persons are cured, this of itself isn't enough. Damn, this of itself isn't enough. Mm. As Chesler remarks throughout the book, Sanity, Madness, and the Family, he remains unaware of the universal and objective oppression of women and of its peculiar relationship to madness in women. Listen, y'all. Oh my God. Our space set apart does mean individual freedom, but this becomes possible in recognizing and refuting the structures of objective oppression. I have said that our struggle is not on the enemy's terms. It is self-actualization. That is communal. That has a necessary condition, deep rejection of the structures of destruction. The ever-moving center of our space, the opposite of dead center, moves because it is ourselves and we are moving, becoming in a neurospheric net never dreamed of by Tellard, the Chardin, or other prophets of male futurism. This center is the Archimedean point of support, the fulcrum from which, if enough women discover it and do not lose courage, it may be possible to move the world. Woo! 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 Exodus community. Because of this constantly moving center, the space of women's revolution can be called an Exodus community. The church has been characterized by this name, but both the formulations and the social and psychic realizations of the meaning of this image have been limited and limiting to human aspiration. The church, as Exodus community, allegedly has gone from bondage towards liberation on the basis of a promise made by Yahweh to the fathers of the people of God. The voyage has not been spectacular, and this is in no small measure due to the fact that there is something contrived about promises handed down from on high. Yet, as in the case of space set apart, the image has value when taken out of its paralyzing context and allowed to spark forth our own insight. The moving center, which is the energy source of the new sisterhood as Exodus community, is the promise in ourselves. It is the promise in our foremothers whose history we are beginning to discover, and in our sisters whose voices have been stolen from them. Our journey is the fruit of this promise, a journey into individualization and participation, leaving behind the false self and sexist society. Since one cannot physically leave the planet, however, an extraterrestrial space trips as programmed by the prevailing society will be super sexist with the accommodation of space stewardesses, perhaps. Our mode of departure has to be appropriate to the situation. We can depart mentally to some extent by refusing to be binded or blinded to society's myths. We can depart physically and socially to a degree also, but simple withdrawal will not change the wider situation. The adequate exodus requires communication, community, and creation. The truly moving space will not be merely unorthodox or reformist, but will be on its way beyond unorthodoxy as well as orthodoxy, discovering and bringing forth the really new. My IG stopped, froze. Whatever. Hold on just a second, you guys. Yeah, Claudia Ankara, absolutely yes. Let's see. To those within patriarchal space, and perhaps especially within its religions, it may look as though radical feminists have broken a promise by not living up to the expectations that have been outgrown. In fact, by living out our own promise, we are breaking the brokenness in human existence that has been affected by means of the constructs of alienation. To put it another way, we are breaking the dam of sex stereotyping that stops the flow of being, that stops women and men from being integrated, androgynous personalities. The admission of the fact of this brokenness into our consciousness brings to light the promise burning within, the potential toward the fearful symmetry that the poet glimpsed and that our culture keeps hidden in the forests of the night. It also puts us in touch with the flow of the inexhaustible encompassing, about which the philosopher Jaspers has written, without which there is only the random swirling of dead husks of words, producing a semblance of external order and meaning in endless, arbitrary variation. The dawning of this promise within, this rushing of the waters of life that have been dammed and dammed by our culture, since it puts us in touch with ourselves and with the encompassing, brings us into the deepest possible community. It is the community that is discovered rather than formed. When we meet others who are on the same voyage, there is then a covenant among us, not in the sense of an agreement that is formed and precisely formulated, but in the sense of a profound agreement that is found. The word covenant then cannot fully say the reality. It is part of the language that splits, cuts off, divides, and tries to paste back together again. If, however, we can get beyond the limits imposed by our inherited non-speech, we can use the sound to signal something more. The covenant is the deep agreement that is present within the self and among selves who are increasingly in harmony with an environment that is beyond, beneath, and all around the non-environment of patriarchal splits and barriers. For lack of a better word, this may be called the cosmos, and the sense of harmony has its source in participation in being, which means being in touch with the deepest forces of the cosmos. Out of this contact comes new speech. Covenant has always been bound up with language. Sisterhood as cosmic covenant means beginning to rename the cosmos. Covenant also has the meaning of a common law form of action to recover damages for breach of contract. Women's form of action to recover damages begins with a declaration. Those women who are not joking when they claimed that all you have to do to become a witch is to say 3 times to yourself, I am a witch, I am a witch, I am a witch. This is something like speaking an unspeakable word. It is an exorcism of the internalized demon that divides the self against the self. It is a way of saying, I am, I am, I am. With this declaration, one joins the new coven and discovers the covenant. The moving center of women's space is on the boundary of the dead circle of archetypes and repetition. Histories of religion, such as Eliade, have made such claims for Christianity. Eliade maintains, quote, Christian thought tended to transcend once and for all the old themes of eternal repetition, just as it had undertaken to transcend all the other archaic viewpoints by revealing the importance of the religious experience of faith and that of the value of human personality, end quote. The only words that save this from being a preposterous statement are tended and undertaken. Eliade sees the situation through male lenses. He writes further that Christianity is the religion of fallen man, and to the extent to which modern man is irremediably intensified with history and progress, and to which history and progress are a fall. For Eliade, this fall means the final abandonment of the paradise of archetypes and repetition. But has there been real movement out of that paradise? The experience of feminists reveals that women feel very much trapped in this Eden of endless circles, and that Christianity is keeping things this way. The poet William Blake describes this paradise very well. Quote, in Eden, females sleep the winter in soft silken veils woven by their own hands to hide them in the darksome grave. But males immortal live renewed by female deaths. Oh my God. Whoa. Within Christianity, males still live renewed by female deaths. And this renewal at female expense may well be a delusion of history and progress to those who feel benefited by it. I have already pointed to the fall that is on its way, hopefully, and that is the second coming of women. Those who have always lived renewed by female deaths have every reason to postpone its arrival, baby. Ooh. Listen, did you hear what she just said? She said, to those who have always lived renewed by female deaths have every reason to postpone its arrival. Damn. Ooh, I told you. Charismatic community. Child, we plowing the way. All right. The church has been seen by some as essentially a charismatic community in which such gifts as healing and prophecy are experienced. Unfortunately, its apologists have failed to give due attention to the fact that the healing dispensed within the province of institutional religion has to a large extent been needed because of the destruction wrought by the same religion. Listen, institutionalized spiritual healing traditionally was supposed to come through such vehicles as the sacrament of confession, pastoral counseling, and its secular surrogates, psychiatry and psychology. The priestly or quasi-priestly cast upon these instruments speaks with prestige and authority, guiding women to see the folly of rebellion against destiny designed by God and or anatomy. Exceptional members of the religious or clinical priestly caste who actually use their situation to liberate are deviants who do not function according to their role specifications, and they pay for it. The healing dispensed institutionally, then, does not go to the cause of sickness. It is not preventative medicine. Rather, an elitism is perpetrated that feeds on the illness of soul, mind, and body. It is displayed and partial healing that keeps control in the hands of a few, perpetuating the dichotomy between agent and patient, and reflecting a condition of society in which power is divorced from real love. This dichotomized situation is symbolized in Roman Catholic doctrine by the power of the keys, applied to the magical power of the priest in the sacrament of confession. It has an analog in the situation in mental hospitals, in which psychiatrists, staffs, and chaplains are basically distinct from the patients in that the former have keys, whereas the latter are deprived of them. The guilt that has plagued the apparent beneficiaries of healing has in large measure been a creation of the religion itself, especially in the case of its female victims. This institutionalized implantation of guilt and death. This institutionalized implantation of guilt and healing is an unending circle of separation and return. Religious charismatic healing has participated in the circle. It has been in demand partly because of psychosomatic illnesses inflicted by the society that religion justifies. Oh. Its curing has been at best a solution for individuals. It has not reached the objective social forms that continue to destroy. Still, the idea of healing is of value when we use the word to speak something beyond the meaning it customarily bears. Feminists are discovering a healing that is charismatic, not only in the sense that it is non-institutional, but also in the sense that it is counter-institutional, recognizing that what the institutions of healing deem sick are frequently signs of incipient health. This means setting up a counterforce to the trap designed by society's physicians of the soul. Whoa. Such counterforce is possible because the center of our new space is not located within the paradise of archetypes and repetition, but having been discovered in confrontation with the abyss of nothingness, moves. Let's see. Moves on the tide of ever increasing participation in being. Putting it in more psychological terms, Chesler says that whereas woman's primary identity has been rooted in what pleases a few men, this ego identity must somehow shift and be moored upon what is necessary for her own survival as a strong individual. This shift implies a frank passion for achieving the power necessary to define oneself, a power which is always predicated on the direct control of worldly realities. The transfer of women's primary force of supportiveness to the self and to each other should never be to the point of self-sacrifice. Those who have seen the church as a charismatic community have always stressed the role of prophecy. It is understood that whereas official priesthoods and hierarchies function to sustain the delusion that whatever is right, the prophetic function is to point beyond to what has never been but can become. Um, but can become. Within the Judeo-Christian tradition, however, most recognized prophets have been males, and their criticism has been directed against patriarchy as such. They have been individual voices crying into the wilderness, and their cries have not led us out of the wilderness of sexism. Indeed, the imagery of Old Testament prophets were very sexist. There was a tiresome propensity for comparing Israel to a whore. Isaiah spoke of Zion as a harlot. Jeremiah told Israel that she had lain down like a harlot, abandoning Yahweh for false gods. Ezekiel not only repeatedly declaims Israel as a prostitute and a whore, but adds other interesting imagery as well. Quote, the word of Yahweh was addressed to me as follows: Son of man, the members of the house of Israel used to live in their own land, but they defiled it by their conduct and actions. To me, their conduct was as unclean as a woman's menstruation. I then discharged my fury at them because of the blood they shed in their land and the idols with which they defiled it. Ezekiel 36:16-18. It did not occur to the prophets to decry Israel as a rapist. Yo, listen. She said, it did not occur to the prophets to decry Israel as a rapist, which would have been, behaviorally speaking, a more accurate description. As Yahweh's extension, as his instrument, Israel did righteously rape the enemies of the true God. However, having envisioned her as Yahweh's bride, the prophets were hardly in a position to evaluate behavior from another perspective. Typically, Yahweh discharged his fury, and the sense of uncleanness for violent shedding of blood is projected upon menstruation in women. Even leaving aside the revealing instances of sexist imagery, the fact stands out that the prophets of the major religions have not challenged sexual oppression in any effective way. As Weber pointed out, the fact that a prophet such as the Buddha was glad to see clever women sitting at his feet and employed them as propagandists, as did Pythagoras, did not necessarily carry over into an evaluation of the entire female sex. Quote, a particular woman might have been regarded as sacred, yet the entire female sex would still be considered vessels of sin, end quote. Moreover, even though unconstrained relationships with women were maintained by nearly all prophets, this attitude has not generally carried over among their later followers beyond the first stage of the religious community's formation. It has been a consistent pattern that as routinization and regimentation of community relationships sets in, a reaction takes place against pneumatic manifestations among women. Patriarchy's prophets have not conveyed a message of liberation that has managed to overcome this process of sclerosis in their followers. of sclerosis in their followers. It can be observed that the contemporary prophets of the so-called revolutionary movements repeat the same syndrome that Weber perceived in the case of the Buddha and of Pythagoras. I have already mentioned in an earlier chapter that within the peace movement in America, in America, prophets such as Berrigan's have women among their disciples and propagandists, and yet fail to see sexism as a source of the genocidal and warlike propensities of the structures they oppose. There is no clear indication that the new world they would bring into existence, if they could, would be substantially less sexist and consequently less warlike. So, also in the movement for Black liberation in the United States, the archetypal prophet Martin Luther King was patently unconcerned with women's oppression. His wife, Coretta King, was reported to have said that all through his life, her husband had an ambivalent attitude concerning the role of women. Dr. Pauli Murray, lifelong civil rights advocate and feminist, points out that the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, of which Dr. King was the head, was almost wholly male dominated. Women were almost invisible in its leadership. When one looks to a newer generation of Black radicals, it is again clear that the visible prophets, such as Malcolm X, who came out of the strongly patriarchal Black Muslim tradition, have been unconcerned with sexism and, in fact, have perpetuated it. Among the sisters of these Black leaders, there have been women whose voices proclaim links between racism and sexism. These women have varied in background. There is scholar, activist, lawyer, poet Pauli Murray. Pauli Murray is the one that wrote the book I was telling you guys about, called When and Where I Enter, that eventually I would like to. Oh no, that's Paula Giddings. My bad. Never mind. My bad. Let's see. There is Pauli Murray. There is Marxist revolutionary Angela Davis. There is radical feminist Florence Kennedy. Yet Black feminists are voices crying in the desert. The words prophecy, prophet, and prophetic then cannot convey the full impact of the communal phenomena of sisterhood. Yet the words can be useful if we allow them to say more than they have been able to say within the confines of inherited language. First of all, prophets have been persons who do not receive their mission from any human agency, but seize it. The revolution of women has this kind of dynamic, since women have been excluded from the power of politics. However, what we are seizing and usurping is that which is rightfully and ontologically ours, our own identity that was robbed from us, and the power to externalize this in a new naming of reality. This is not a purely individual charismatic gift, but a communal awakening. Second, prophets have been persons who establish a breakthrough to a better cultural order and declare this break to be morally legitimate. This says something applicable to the feminist revolution. But in the prophecies of the major religions, this breakthrough has always been to a cultural order which contained and still blessed the structures of destruction, since it was sexually hierarchical. The dynamic of the feminist breakthrough, since it is in total contradiction to the hierarchy, does not contain this self-contradictory destructiveness, and therefore cannot itself be contained within the category of prophecy. For Weber, the essential criterion of prophecy is whether or not the message is a call to break with an established order. Yet none of the major prophets called unambiguously for rejection of the sexist order. And in all cases, their followers implemented the system of social arrangements. Because this unambiguous call was always lacking, the decline and petrification of prophecy, which Weber saw as practically unavoidable, was indeed inevitable. He does not observe that whereas priesthoods have always protected patriarchalism, prophetic religion breaks through patriarchal structures. However, such transcendence has never been radically feminist, even in the initial visionary stage. It is hardly surprising, therefore, that it could not be sustained. A third point of importance for our speaking through and beyond the word prophet is the fact that prophets characteristically have invoked a source of moral authority, an imperative which leads directly into the problem of the conceptions of meaning and order. The language here is inadequate for the prophecy that is feminism. The use of such a term as authority, for example, suggests legitimation handed down from on high. Also, the language about conceptions of meaning and order is anemic. It does not express the process of awakening, of emotional and imaginative regeneration that is experienced. Yet it does ineptly say something about the power of conviction that communicates itself in the community of feminism, and that demands not only reconceptualizing, but reimagining and renaming of the world bequeathed to us. A fourth useful, though inadequate, aspect of the language of prophecy, again borrowing from Weber's analysis, is the distinction between the ethical type of prophet and the exemplary type. The concept of the ethical type is so totally inapplicable for the naming of foretelling power of feminism that it is useful as a blatant illustration of what the cosmic covenant of feminism is not. As Talcott Parsons interprets Weber's concepts of the ethical prophet, such a person thinks of himself as an instrument of the divine will, having a mission to promulgate an order for others which expresses that will. Such a prophet need not become personally sanctified. Parsons continues his explanation by pointing out that such a prophet tends to legitimate his teachings by reference to a concept of one or more gods who stand outside and above the world and legislate for it. The language itself here, instrument and mission, is phallic, whether intentionally or subintentionally. The whole image is patriarchal. It is a picture of an archetypal male who, as an extension of his archetypically male God, thrusts his will upon others while remaining aloof, not sharing in their experiences and concerns. This kind of prophet and divinity have prevailed in Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. The prophet of this type generates hierarchy. He imposes demands, telling others that it is their duty to follow his teachings. His message and image merge with those of the priests, women's ancient and persistent enemy. He, and it must be a he, cannot foretell outside the circle of separation and return. By contrast, the exemplary type of prophet has the self-image of a vessel and stands in a relation of personal identification with the divine. The exemplary prophet participates in an imminent imminent pantheistic principle of divinity and invites others to participate in this. Clearly, this image of prophet is more appropriate to describe feminism's foretelling function. It is important to understand its shortcomings, which become evident upon reading Webster's analysis. For a prophet, even of this type, is understood to be a purely individual bearer of charisma. The tendencies generated by the ethical prophets prevalent in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam have led to a this worldly and its sexist pseudo transcendence that finds its ambitions realized in sending missiles to the moon or to Mars, so that these heavenly bodies may become national colonies. The dynamics of the exemplary prophets prevalent in India and manifested sometimes in China and the Near East have been toward escape, whether envisioned as upward or inward from the babble and unreality of common consciousness. There is validity in this escape insofar as it is escape from unreality. But this is not the communal vocational self-awareness that I have called the creative political autophony of women. Exemplary prophets within patriarchy have invited individuals to free themselves from the pain, but this has not brought about a creative transformation of history grounded in confrontation with non-being. Women by the millions still die, spiritually and or physically, of the effects of sexist brutality, while the chosen few strive toward nirvana. Yet this distinction between ethical and exemplary prophets is useful to remind us of what our foretelling is not, so that we will not allow linguistic blinders to keep us from seeing the scope of the feminist revolution's potential. It would be easy to stagnate in a shallow activist translation of the ethical model, or else in the non creative and unreal interior freedom that in no way confronts the problem of objective structures. The cosmic covenant of sisterhood is beyond patriarchal prophecy in the sense of being beyond this split, for its participatory courage is rooted in the power of being. The gift of tongues is yet another example of the failure of religious charisma to uproot alienative structures. Tongues can be seen as a manifestation of the human psyche's rebellion against the impotence imposed by language. Yet this charism has functioned only as a temporary release for individuals in elite groups. Often, these very individuals and groups have been the most stubbornly conservative and sexist in their adherence to, quote, real language outside the special moments of charismatic occurrences. This phenomenon is characteristic of the Pentecostal movement in Catholic as well as in Protestant groups. Contemporary Catholic Pentecostals, for example, do not challenge authoritarian Roman Catholicism, but support it. It appears that they do not perceive the release expressed by, quote, tongues in their small groups as a palliative for the overwhelming oppressiveness of the symbolic and linguistic forms of the institutions they serve. On the contrary, they often come forth from such meetings refreshed to defend the very rigidity from which they have temporarily found release. and not only to defend, but to convert others to a sacramental religion that crushes women and corrupts men. The fact of the co-optability of Catholic Pentecostalism is revealed by the ecclesiastical approval it has received. The truth behind the manifestations of the charism of tongues is the need to break out of the iron mask of language forms that are strangling us. Women's new hearing and naming is cosmic upheaval. In contrast to this charism, which is a controllable and co-optable ripple of protest, feminist naming is a deliberate confrontation with the language structures of our heritage. It transcends the split between non-rational sounds of tongues and the merely rational semantic games of linguistic analysis, for it is a break out of the deafening noise of sexist language that has kept us from hearing our own words. Healing, prophecy, and other charisms, such as tongues, then have functioned ambiguously, giving partial and temporary alleviation, but never liberation. They serve the male-made structures of oppression. As they become institutionalized and routinized, they are used in attempts to coerce even God himself into the service of these alienative structures. If these words are used to describe the event of women's becoming, then this should be in a context that makes clear the fact that we are only using analogies. Analogies, that these words fall far below the reality, or to borrow and bend an idea of the medieval philosophers, we may say that in thus speaking analogously, we are using terms to describe phenomena that are more different from each other than they are similar. These analogies are the gestures of our minds when at times there is nothing better we can do in the effort to say the really new. Claudia Ankra, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Sometimes I really do, especially when I'm reading or rewatching old readings of the Great Cosmic Mother, where I was if you go back and watch me read the Great Cosmic Mother, I was extremely disciplined about not doing any digressions. I was like, I'm going to do a straight read through, and then the book club is going to be where we get into the nuts and bolts and break it down. And I was very, very disciplined in my read of the Great Cosmic Mother. I think that book, and I think that book is the only book where I've had that kind of discipline to just do straight reads through. And then we spent 6 months doing the book club around the Great Cosmic Mother. But I appreciate this comment that you made, for those who are interested. She said, Mary Daly is brilliant, but at times I do need the additional breakdowns. I feel like that's why now I feel so convicted to do these interventions, like these breakdowns, these additional breakdowns through the reading. That's why it's taking us forever to get through this little ass book, is because it's interesting, because in this section that we're reading tonight, she talks about language a lot. She's talking about the limitations of language that has been shaped by patriarchy, right? And that is part of the reason, especially in the book Pure Lust, she spends a lot more time talking about the necessity. That represents the necessity of women creating their own language. What did she say? Naming and renaming everything, having the confidence to name and rename everything. But she also talks about, and this is the same chapter that we're reading, about how when we begin to, and we've all experienced this, I don't know a single woman who's never experienced this, where we get into spaces with men, we call it verbal masturbation, where we like, damn, they just like to hear themselves talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, they saying all these big words and all this shit, but they really ain't saying shit. You feel me? And we always just say, oh, you know how men are when they get together. They just like, participating in verbal masturbation, right? She's talking about that in one of these sections, where she's talking about how, and when women speak in those spaces among people who swear they're intellectuals or whatever we interject is just reduced to emotional phrases of meaningless. That's what she called it, emotional phrases of meaningless. And she's saying, bitch, just because y'all don't understand what we saying, don't mean that what we saying is not meaningful. She said, and this is the space that we have to live in, is where we are no longer intimidated by the intellectual masturbation of fucking men who use language as a weapon to silence women. That's what she's talking about. How males, especially intellectuals, use words as weapons to silence women, to intimidate women, and to silence women, and to reduce the significance of anything that women say about their own lived experience to, quote, meaningless. And she's saying, bitch, just because you don't understand what the fuck I'm saying, don't mean it's not meaningful. It just means it ain't for you. If you can't understand it, it means it ain't for you. And this is the place that we have to lay in. You know what I'm saying? When we're developing a new language that invigorates what she calls the becoming of women. She talks about the women in Australia, the Aboriginal women in Australia, who were forced to be silent for up to 2 years when grieving the loss of a spouse. You can't talk. We are uncomfortable with your grief. So while you grieving, you can't talk. And she said that because women got comfortable in communicating in other ways, they recognized that the men could not understand the ways that the women had developed for themselves to communicate with each other while they were being forced to exist in silence. You feel me? So that's what she's talking about. I appreciate this intervention, Claudia Ankara, because sometimes I'll be honest, I am extremely self-critical about this book, because it should not have taken this goddamn long for us to get through this book. This don't make no motherfucking sense. So while I do recognize the importance of, the reason I mentioned when she talks about the intellectual masturbation and all of this shit, the problem is, again, and I'm going to say it's because of her whiteness, because Mary does not write in a way that, in my estimation, when she was writing in the way that she writes, she was not writing this for every woman. Even though she's talking about the sisterhood of women and the becoming of women and the community of women and women's liberation, she was not writing for everybody. She was not writing for everybody. She was using, it's ironic, because while she can say in this same chapter that we still in, the need for new language. You understand? And this and this and this and this, right? And how how you go into these spaces with men and they be trying to talk all over your head and shit to prove how smart they are and how much smarter than you they are by how many words they can put in their shit. You feel me? And then when you start to communicate and try to contribute to the conversation, they try to belittle you. They try to use their words as weapons to shut you up and to silence you. And then they act like you the dummy because they can't understand what you're talking about. And what you essentially saying as a woman is like, bitch, this ain't for you. She said that clearly. She said that. She's so paradoxical sometimes. Mary Daly, she be real paradoxical sometimes. Because even as she can recognize how men do that, I fuck what you heard, bitch. I'm brilliant. Okay? I'm brilliant. My mind is sharp as nails. You feel me? And even I find myself stumbling to understand what the hell. Why couldn't she just say it like this? This is so much clearer and it hits different. It's accessible because she write like an academic. Exactly. Even as she mentioned in here, the difference between, what did she say? Academics and non-academics. This damn bullshitting ass IG with this bullshit, y'all. It's froze again. Anyway, the difference between the academic and the non-academic and the way they talk and all of this stuff. It's like she's so paradoxical. I'll tell you, this book is actually a lot easier to get through than Pure Lust. Pure Lust, I constantly had y'all Googling words. I used to teach high school vocabulary. So when I tell you I'm a motherfucking genius, like I really mean that shit. Like, bitch, I'm a genius. And for me to have y'all constantly, I was like, every time we did a read, I'm like, look, I don't know what the fuck she talking about. I'm gonna need somebody to Google this word while I finish reading so we can go back and understand what the hell she talking about. Because I don't know what this fucking word is. I ain't never seen this word in my life. You know what I'm saying? And so for her to be writing this chapter about, how language is used as a weapon because it is crafted patriarchally. It's crafted to serve patriarchs at the expense of women. And she still just, it's like the over pontification of certain concepts that could be made much more easy. So I do feel compelled at times to like break shit down because I recognize, and I always, when I was doing radio, this was 20 years ago, I was doing radio, I was doing a health show. And so I would have to be reading peer-reviewed journal articles. That shit, if it's not your thing, that shit can be really boring. You feel me? How, reading these peer-reviewed journal articles, what's the hypothesis? What was the purpose of the study, right? How was the study conducted? What was the control? What did the control group consist of? Shit, and what was the outcome? What was the hypothesis proved or disproved? In the study. So I'm reading, like, to me, the shit. Reading peer-reviewed journal articles is like reading romantic novels. The shit is awesome, right? But for the regular everyday person, the regular everyday working class person who was my primary audience, these were people with barely an 8th grade education. How do I take the complicated and filter that shit and break that shit into layman's terms? So what I was blown away by, they too can be blown away by in a language that they can fucking understand, and then take that information and make it applicable to their life right away. They can hear the show and go right away and use what I have translated for them in their goddamn life. So that's how I started this whole process, was in my relationship with the party, and then doing the health show, and then constantly taking big, giant, complicated ideas and breaking them down in a way that everybody, even somebody in the 3rd grade, could understand and walk away fed from something that I was able to translate for them. And that was part of the process for even doing the show, was to demystify. Because mysteries, I tell y'all this all the time, mysteries in this period, mysteries under patriarchy, have one purpose. They are to exploit. They are to prevent for people from having access. You understand? Mysteries are created to serve those who rule. That's the only reason they exist. That's the only reason they exist. And so my whole thing was we have to demystify medicine. We have to demystify healing. We have to demystify health. We have to demystify the human body and our experience so that we can achieve optimal health. And we can achieve relatively optimal health even if we work in a 40-hour work week and we ain't never going to go to college. We can still, if somebody takes an interest in demystifying this shit that is deliberately made complicated, then people can, and I'll be honest, like people were always asking me about teachers like Dr. Laila Africa, who I interviewed, and people like, what's her name? Queen Afua. And it is no shade to them. No shade to them. I interviewed Dr. Laila Africa. It was the worst interview I ever fucking did. I got off that interview mad as hell. I was angry as I was angry as hell. Oh, I was so motherfucking mad. Oh, I was so mad. I was so angry after that interview. That shit was a serious goddamn turn off. And to me, it just still felt like the same old shit. Like, I know something you don't know, so I can look down on you or I can be condescending. I don't fuck with that shit. I went to 10 years of medical school. I was in medical school when I interviewed Dr. Laila Africa. That was the most rank ass interview I ever did. He was so goddamn arrogant, so condescending, so like that shit was gross to me. It was gross. It was gross. And I interviewed a lot of giants. I interviewed Dr. Kwaku Endo before he passed away. I interviewed Harriet Washington, who wrote the book. What's that book that she wrote? Medical Apartheid. I interviewed what's that boy name? Hornbloom. I forget his first. John Hornbloom, who wrote the book Acres of Skin. I did some radical ass goddamn interviews. Radical interviews with people. That interview that I did with Laila Africa. And then I tried for a very long time to get an interview with Queen Afua and talk to like her booking agents and all of that shit. She would not accept a interview with me, which was fine. I had her books. What is it? Queen Heal Thyself. And then there was another one that was big at the time. I had two of her books at the time. And when I read them books, because you know, she got a cult-like following, Queen Afua. And there's no shade, baby. You do your thing. Whatever your angle is your angle. No shade. But when I read that book, I knew immediately who that book was for. And it wasn't for the class. Now you have to remember, I say the class because I was a socialist at the time, the African People's Socialist Party. So to me, going to medical school at the time with this ambition to create this ministry of health and wellness for the party, bitch, if you in the healing arts and you aren't interested in resolving this very peculiar health conditions and disparities of Black working class people, I don't know what the fuck you in this shit for. What you in this shit for? And that ain't who she served. That ain't who she served. That ain't who her programs are for. Even before I knew anything about like her institution and her school and how she teaches and all of that shit, just reading the book, Queen Heal Thyself, I was like, who she wrote this shit for? And I'm ahead of the curve, y'all. I'm like, who the fuck she wrote this shit for? Who gonna do this shit? What working class person, what single Black woman with kids who have to work and take kids to school and daycare, what Black woman gonna do this shit? That's of the class. What Black married couple that are working class gonna do this shit? Like there's a whole section on how before every talking about sacred sexuality and before every sexual encounter with your partner, you got to fast for a certain number of days and take spiritual baths before you have sex with your partner. Look, I had a real problem with this tendency in quote Black conscious spaces to, I used to say all the time, Black people can make a religion out of any motherfucking thing. Okay? Black people can turn anything into a goddamn religion. You feel me? Your ass become a vegan, bitch, it's a religion. You are religious. You are methodical about being vegan. not only religious and methodical, it becomes a way to become an elitist. That was the thing that I was always frustrated about, was these conscious spaces that were, that as soon as you get quote conscious to whatever your bag is, you get conscious, and your next step is to become like a separatist elitist. You know what I'm saying? You become cliquish and cultish in your behavior. And the object of your revile every single time, no matter what your bag is the Black working class, is poor people and working class people. The people most victimized by this shit are the people that become the focus of your revile, and why you can't kick it with them people who ain't where you at now. So like a lot of that shit, like the vegan movement and the vegetarian movement, I did all of that shit. That shit was a real turnoff because it was so hostile to the people most victimized by the state, most victimized by white nationalism. That now you smarter than everybody else, so you go home criticizing your people now for why you still eating swine? Don't you know no better? Why you still eating pork? I'm opposed to elitism. That shit is gross. And what is the world that we're trying to create? Are we trying to create a chocolate covered version of the same old dumbass shit? That's to me what it felt like. That's to me what all this little clickers ass shit that was being put forward as quote conscious shit. It always no matter what the vein was, it always ended up into some elitist ass shit that at its origin was hostile towards Black working class and poor people. Every time. I don't know how I got off on that. Oh, because these people who were like the giants of Black health consciousness and alternative, an Black alternative health, like African Holistic Health by Dr. Laila Africa, and the school set up by Dr. Kwaku Ando and Queen Afua, that I feel like what the work that they did and the work that Dr. Sebi, everybody talks about Dr. Sebi, the work that they did, I feel like was really impactful. I just think that aspect of it, when you don't have a class consciousness, when you don't understand how even within Black spaces, those kind of white nationalist elitist tendencies show up, and it can derail anything good that you did. And I have a real problem with that kind of arrogant ass elitism. And to me, one of the indications of that arrogant ass elitism is the tendency to talk over people's heads. Is that arrogant shit where you talk over people's head. It's the same thing fucking doctors do. You go to an emergency room, the doctor is not trying to explain to you in a way that you understand. They're deliberately trying to make you feel stupid so you don't ask questions. They do that on purpose. They're taught to do that. It's this elite, it's the creation of mysteries to disempower you. That's what they do. Mysteries under a patriarchal society are meant to disempower. That's what they're for. And so when I started doing the health show, colonialism is bad for your health, I was like, bitch, I'm in medical school. I'm in medical school. I was like, everything I learned, I'm coming back on Sunday and I'm gonna put y'all on game. Everything I learned, y'all gonna learn. Everything I find out in the secret halls of freaking medical institutions, I'm gonna put y'all on game. I'm gonna put y'all on game. If it's complicated, I'm gonna do the research. I'm gonna read it over the weekend and break it down for you and give you the Cliff's Notes version, so you too can be put the fuck on game about what they are saying about you behind closed doors. That's what medical school did for me. It helped to demystify the quote, what y'all call the quiet part. That's what medical school did for me. Medical school was crazy, y'all. That shit was crazy. Being one of only 3 Black graduates in my class, in my whole class. Child, that shit was crazy. It was crazy because there were so few of us in the program, the alternative medicine program. Because there were so few of us in the program, how comfortable white people, intellectuals, progressives, how comfortable they are. It isn't even something that comes into their conscious, how comfortable they are saying fucked up shit about people of color in general and about Black people in particular. How comfortable they are, and don't even see it as an issue. It doesn't even occur to them that what they have said is inappropriate or fucked up. Child, I stayed checking. Listen, to be a fly on the wall of my medical program, I stayed checking the fuck out of teachers, professors. I didn't give a fuck. I did not give a damn. You ain't just gonna roll up in here and think you can say anything, bitch. I'm Black up in this classroom, even though you didn't recognize it. I'm Black up in this classroom. Certain shit you just ain't gonna say out the mouth. Child, my teachers loved me. My classmates hated me. Teachers love that shit. They love the no motherfucker listening, even if it's me being contrary. They love it. My classmates hated my ass. Is this gonna be on that test? Child, anyway, I digress. The whole reason I got into that is the irony of this woman talking very clearly about how language is used against women. But her whiteness is always her stalemate that constantly creates the contradictions that she presents with in real time. I appreciate that intervention, Claudia Ankara, because I frequently stay kind of at odds with myself about, do I go too deep in my breakdowns? Should I keep the shit simple in my breakdowns, my interventions or whatever? Should I do it like I did The Great Cosmic Mother and just read everything straight through? But that would be boring to you guys, I think, because her language is very heady and very wordy. For me to just do a straight read through and then expect that after we finish the book 6 months later, we can go back and do the book club and then go over the shit that wasn't clear. I don't know. I just feel like that would be much more boring. But somebody might disagree, and that's okay. Y'all are open to disagree and let me know. But I appreciate this intervention because sometimes I do kind of wrestle with myself about whether I should just do straight read-throughs or whether I should actually engage the reading to make sure because there ain't no point in me doing the reading if you ain't getting from it what you need to get from it. That's my personal opinion. In real time, if you are not getting from it what I am getting from it, you feel me? What I think is valuable in it, then it ain't serving you just to listen to me read. You can go and listen to audiobooks for that shit. You feel me? Like, I done heard too many people say, I don't do audiobooks because I'll be listening, but I don't be hearing. No, I be hearing, but I don't be listening. I don't remember half of what the hell was said when I'm listening to an audiobook. And it's because the shit is a straight read through, and it's not engaging at all. So, and then the other aspect of it is not just intellectual and not just for your comprehension. I don't know how many ways I can stress and how I can appeal. I don't even know if that's the appropriate word. I don't know how many ways I can express and communicate that not just Mary Daly. Every book that I have read to you, which is probably 7 books now, every book that I have read, there is this thing that happens where I know in an instant, I want to say this and I want to be clear about it. I am a fucking genius. My particular expression of genius is the fact that my memory has always allowed me, even when I was very young. People used to say this shit when I was a teenager, like, bitch, you can just, like, is there nothing you don't remember? One time, one read through, I remember every fucking thing. That's always been what everybody says, like, bitch, you got the memory of a goddamn elephant. Like, that shit is amazing. But it's not just the memory. It is the ability, the analytical, but I'm a Virgo with a Gemini rising. Okay? So it is not only the retention of information and details, but it is the ability to retrieve in an instant specific details that are relevant in an instant, even if it's 20 years later, to create analogies. Because a lot of the time what makes things stick or what makes things make sense to others is not just the thing as it is, but like analogies, you know? So this is the concept. And it's like when this happens in this kind of scenario, you're like, oh, okay, I get it. Most people, as a matter of fact, have an easier time understanding complicated concepts when it is attached to an analogy that they can understand in the real world, right? My ability to take this treasure trove of shit that I have for a long time didn't even understand why it was in my memory. Like, why I need to remember this. And then some significant event occurs and that memory instantly shows up as relevant in that moment. And then I can use it to communicate something complicated in a way that regular everyday people can benefit from. And so that's what I say in terms of my peculiar expression of genius. I recognize that. I recognize that I am a genius and that my particular experiences in learning and memorization and all of that shit generate and give rise to my particular expression of genius. However, that is only a part of what you're witnessing when I teach. The other thing that you are witnessing is not only my memory and my ability to retrieve and create analogies to simplify the complicated, whatever. It is that attached to my particular and my peculiar lived experiences and the use of that information in real time, right? It is also, and when I'm talking about my peculiar lived experiences, I'm talking about those extremes that I'm always talking to you guys about. And lastly, the thing that I'm always trying to communicate with you is to be able yourselves, not just in me, and to anybody that you see it happen with, to recognize that moment, that beautiful space that exists in every person, that potential that exists in every person, where where you can recognize not only is as what I am witnessing, this person's peculiar and particular expression of their own genius from their lived experiences and their own ideas or whatever, but also that moment where intervention, where something outside of her or from deep within inside of her intervenes to make itself known. Y'all clear about what I just said? This goddamn IG about to stop again, y'all. Sorry, I'll bring it back on, but IG is about to cut off again, which is shorter this time because usually it's an hour and it has only been 30 minutes. So I'll cut it back on in a minute. I hope y'all understand what I just said. That, let me just do this IG shit really quick, if it's even gonna do. There's a reason that I needed to make that distinction and that clarification. Because one of the things that I find frustrating is that, and women do it more often than men. One of the things that I find frustrating is that women, a lot more than we pay attention to, will attribute or accredit our genius to something outside ourselves. We do that. I used to do it a lot. You know what I'm saying? When I would speak at events, especially when I was in Tampa and I was doing a lot of work I wasn't a part of, but I worked with all kinds of organizations, and the Nation of Islam would invite me to speak. And they didn't invite women to speak a lot. So it was really, monumental for me to get asked to speak at the local mosque in Tampa pretty regularly. And I would always say before I would do a presentation, I want to let you know that I always allow myself to be open for spirit to communicate through me. For that, whether that's my ancestors, whether that's the great God in heaven, because at the time I was a devotee of Ifa, I was talking about Olodumare. But I always allow myself in space with others. If I'm going to be speaking to others, I always allow myself to be open for spirit to communicate through me, right? In hindsight, that was a way to give credit to something outside myself for my genius. Women have a bad habit of doing that. We'll call it spirituality, we'll call it whatever the fuck. But we will not have the confidence that the most mediocre of men will have to say that I am a fucking genius. That genius was worked for. That genius was earned. That genius emanated from my consciousness and became a material force that is me sitting in front of you right now. I can say that now. And I say that while also saying that while I am a fucking genius, while I recognize that my particular expression of genius is based on my lived experience, is based on my education, is based on the mentors, is based on every person that I've ever met and their influence on my life, that I also know that I still too am also open for spirits to intervene through me, because that's what we are. That's what we are here for. We are all her, as peculiar expressions of her, as necessary and important expressions of her will made real on earth. Her having the ability through us to communicate something greater to us than we may be able to conceive of in the moment. Or her intervening in an instant to say, baby, this is an intervention. Be mindful. Bear witness to what's happening right now. Pay attention. Give it space. This is an intervention right now. You understand what I'm saying? It doesn't, see, saying that and making that distinction does not diminish my fucking genius. You see, does not have me as some subservient vessel to just any willy-nilly spirit, you feel me, having its way through me, and that somebody could say, oh, well, her genius just is always just a spiritual intervention. It's just the goddess, you feel me, just sitting up in her. It ain't really her. That ain't what I'm on. And women got a bad habit of doing that shit. So there was a reason that I had to make that clarification and that distinction. We have to be the most audacious version of ourselves that we can imagine and muster. That's what's required of us right now. And the least audacious thing that we can do, child, the starting point, is to recognize our genius, even if that genius is not yet expressed and not yet nurtured. Like, bitch, yes, I'm a genius. We have to do that. We have to do that shit. Every last one of us. Yes, bitch. Even if I dropped out of high school in the 8th grade and can't read past the 6th grade reading level, bitch, I'm a genius. I'm genius personified. Right the fuck where I am right now. My grandmother didn't go to school past the 8th grade. My grandmother was a genius. My grandmother didn't go to school past the 6th grade. My dad didn't go to school past the 8th grade. Both genius. We got to get this shit out of our head, measuring our genius and our peculiar walk through life by somebody else's fucking paradigms and shit. Because this is the kind of audacity that it's going to take. But it's also the reason I said all of that in the first place was I want you to recognize when I read to you, man, those moments where the mother is attempting to bust through in a moment. That's what it means. She, even in this fucking chapter that we're reading tonight, I'm telling y'all how this girl was like, Kali, you gonna be mad. But Kali is like, bitch, do away with all that shit. Your rituals, your mantras. This girl said it. Your rituals, your mantra, your yoga, your meditation, trash all that shit. I was in here screaming, yes, confirmation, goddamn it. That's what I'm talking about. Kali said, get rid of all of it. If you got to create everything brand new, destroy everything else first and then start over. Everything that you create is going to be better than this shit you had to destroy in the first place. That kind of confirmation happening in the first 2 sentences of this reading tonight. Child, this is an intervention. Why? Nobody reads, right? Y'all read the statistics all the time. Most people don't read 3 books for the first 10 years after they graduate high school. You feel me? Why are y'all listening to me read goddamn books? And not y'all ain't just listening to me read books. Y'all pay more attention to me reading books than the lives where I be breaking shit down about world, cultural shit and current affairs. Y'all don't watch that shit. I was telling somebody the other day, I'm going to stop talking to y'all about what's happening in the world. I'm going to just read books because y'all, the only people that ever come to my shit is just here because I read books. I'm telling y'all right now today, every time I get my analytics, my 3 still most popular, the thing that drives traffic to my channel is the Great Cosmic Mother, the Sibyls, and the Great Black Mama of Creation. Them 3 books every single week when I do my analytics. Nothing new. None of my temple services. None of my movie breakdowns that y'all be kicking my ass about so much. Don't none of that shit draw y'all attention. Y'all like to watch me read. I'm okay with that. But I'm not just reading to you. I think that's what I'm getting at. I'm not just reading to you. I'm not just reading to you. Thank you, Lisa J. I'm not just reading. And thank you for your donation, baby. That was so generous. I really, really appreciate you for that. That was really good looking out. I'm not just reading to you. First of all, every book that I've read to you, except The Great Cosmic Mother, I've never read before reading it to you. When I read it, that's the first time when I'm reading it to you, it's the first time I'm reading it. The only books that I've read before is The Alchemist and The Great Cosmic Mother. Everything else, I was reading it for the first time when y'all heard it. But I'm not just reading to y'all. I'm not just reading to y'all. There is, I ain't gonna get that deep. Let me go back to reading and then I'm gonna get up off of here. Communicating community. I think this is the last little bit. Let's see how long before this chapter is over. I might just finish this chapter. Child, we might be done with this book by tomorrow. We're gonna finish this book by the first though. Yeah. Sure am. Okay, so am I gonna read that many pages? There's let's see, it's we're on 167, 178, so that's like 10 pages. I may try to finish the chapter tonight. We'll just go until I don't go no more. Okay. Communicating community. Thank you, Lisa J. I appreciate that. We're here for your spicy dissections. Explains why the belief that Black people feel less pain is still taught. Yes, absolutely. Yes, I appreciate you for breaking everything down. Okay. All right, I appreciate y'all. Okay. Part of the self-understanding of the Christian church has been that it is a community with a mission. And as Moltmann suggested, the promise implied in a mission. There is a consistency of ideas here, though not in the sense that Moltmann intended. A promise handed down from an anthropomorphic deity to the forefathers does imply a mission, an extension of the command. In the history of Christianity, the mission has often meant bloody conquest for Christ. Bloody conquest for Christ. Okay? One need only think of the conversion of the barbarians of Europe or of the Crusades to be reminded of the thrusting and conquering propensities of the Christian conception of mission. Even the peaceful missionaries who have gone to the heathen lands have felt justified in using questionable tactics to impose true beliefs upon others, and in so doing have righteously allied themselves with economic imperialism. The imagery and the behavior implied in mission then is phallic. It is only necessary to think of the word in a very common contemporary military context, bombing mission, to perceive the direction implied by the word outward thrusting, exploding in many directions from one source. Moreover, the example conveys the burden of violence the burden of violence with which the history of the word is weighed down. Mission, then, is not communication, but compulsion, whether this is to be understood as physical or psychological compulsion or coercion. Since the promise, which is the source of sisterhood, is within women's being, and since the cosmic covenant based on that promise is an agreement that is discovered, the mode of communication of this community cannot be expressed adequately by the term mission. Greetings, Aaron. Thanks, sweetie. The truth embodied in the term is the sending aspect of communication. But this is a relatively superficial aspect of communication, and the word mission is essentially wrong because it one-sidedly stresses this aspect. The communication is the communication involved is not a thrusting of an objectified message to another, nor a thrusting of oneself or any model upon the psyche of another. Insofar as there is sending at all, it is mutual. An interpretation, let's see, an interpenetration of insights coming from discovery of participation together in being in the cosmos. It is, as two women observed, a process of cosmosis. The expansion of the new space. Stop. Y'all doing too much. Hey. The expansion of the new space of women's awareness, then, is not an imperialist expansion that pushes back the territory of others. Rather, insofar as it is where being is discovered in confrontation with nothingness, it is an invasion to others to leave the patriarch. It is an invitation to others to leave the patriarchal space of alienative identity, the sacred circle of eternal return, and enter new space. The Roman Church has often excommunicated those who disagreed with its dogmas. One woman remarked that the community of sisterhood, which has no hierarchy and no dogmas, involves a process which is the opposite of this. That is, it expands by incommunication. Those who discover the covenant find themselves in the new space. The old territory then is not encroached upon. One does not bother to invade non-being. Rather, it is left behind by those who follow the promise within, which is the promise of integrated, transformed, androgynous being. The cosmic covenant and male liberation. It is evident that the covenant is discovered not only by women, but also by men who have been able to hear women's new words and accept these as an invitation to break out of the archetypal circle and face nothingness. Before proceeding to an analysis of authentic response, it is important to be aware of the ways in which men can and do avoid hearing women's new words while appearing to listen. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. First, it is clear that men may wish to dialogue with women on the subject for various destructive and or superficial reasons. Such reasons include sadism, curiosity, a desire for emotional, sexual, or intellectual titillation, a desire to, quote, know the enemy, or on a less gross level, a desire to be fair by hearing the other side of the question. The latter motive is common among liberal intellectuals, and often the basic shallowness of the process is revealed in the conditions set up for the dialogue. It is not uncommon, for example, for one woman to be invited to address 15 or 20 male colleagues on the subject without the presence of other women, or perhaps in the presence of one or more token and timid women. Under such conditions of, quote, dialogue, she can be sure of being cast into the you can't win position, right? If she shows strength and rationality, she will be labeled as abrasive. Okay? If she subtly compromises for the sake of keeping the door open, thereby selling out herself and her sisters, she may be treated gently, but her position, or whether her non-position, will be filed away with other trivialities easily taken care of. A second point to keep in mind is that merely cerebral comprehension of some aspect of women's oppression will function in the manner that technical reason split off from ontological reason generally does operate. That is, it will use the information or knowledge about women's liberation in the service of prevailing hierarchies. So listen, y'all. In this section called the Cosmic Covenant and Male Liberation, she's like, before we can even start talking about what men can do to liberate themselves, we got to talk about how they be showing up in these spaces pretending to be fucking progressive and shit, trying to engage us in progressive conversation about women's liberation, really serving ulterior motives. Whether she say here, whether they want to get some ass, whether they want to get close to the enemy, you feel me? Whether they out of curiosity, or maybe they're a sadist. Maybe they just like to be beat on verbally by women, you feel me? Or maybe they want to be the sadist in the situation. What did she say? Using these fucking words as goddamn weapons against women to try to subdue women. She said, what else she say here? She say, maybe they actually desire some emotional, sexual, intellectual titillation engaging in these conversations. You feel me? What else she say? Under the guise of dialogue, you might get invited to speak, to a panel of male peers or whatever, to see in what way and in what method they have to use to subdue your ass. That's what she said, right? And what did she say? She said, so we gotta draw out the ways that so-called progressive intellectuals be trying to enter into the space with men. We got to shine the light on this shit. What is she essentially saying? What I'm telling y'all all the time, this is why I don't argue with men. I don't argue with men. That's why so many women, whether they can articulate it or not, saying I don't argue with men. Bitch, you got it. As soon as I recognize why you were involved in this conversation, as soon as you aren't genuinely involved in being in a conversation that may challenge you to evolve, you come into the conversation knowing that by virtue of you having a penis, you are automatically a right and I'm automatically less than. As soon as that shit rears its head, which is usually within the first 2 minutes, I'm like, you know what? I'm shut down. You got it. Keep talking if you need to, but I ain't got shit else to say. I ain't got nothing else to say. As a matter of fact, your time is up. Now I'm charging. You understand what I'm saying? That's what she's saying in a very glamorized way. She's saying, bitch, that's why we should not even be engaged in these kind of discussions once we recognize what it is, what their ulterior motive is. They may not even be aware of their ulterior motive. That's how deep the conditioning is. They may genuinely think in their mind they are being inquisitive. They really want to know your opinion. Then as soon as they start talking, they let you know, no, I guess I changed my mind. I really ain't interested in your opinion and what it is you thinking and what it is you got to say. That's what she's saying. Anyway, so she said, sometimes women new to feminist consciousness are surprised that they seem to find more understanding among men than among women. It would be important to consider the possible reason for this. Men generally have had more opportunities for seeing through the workings of power structures, having been on the inside to a far greater extent than women. The innocence and naivety inflicted upon women prevents insight until anger gives the power of release. Okay? By contrast, men, having learned about political power, can be open to toying with analogies when the idea of women's oppression is first presented to them. However, this is easily exploitable knowing about women's situation. In the case of male administrators, the knowledge can be used to calculate how much women will tolerate and to what extent new consciousness can be exploited, whether directly for economic gains, i.e. universities, publishing businesses, or in the media, or to enhance the image of institutions as, quote, liberal by extending minor rewards to women without essentially changing anything. Women who are not totally new to feminist consciousness soon learn to perceive discrepancies between this display of intellectual understanding and the concrete behavior of many liberal males toward the women who serve them and uphold their status, such as wives and secretaries. The third point to remember is that even male comprehension that extends beyond word games and manipulativeness towards real concern may be limited to particular issues or dimensions which men perceive as directly benefiting themselves as well as women, but which demand no renunciation of privilege. I have pointed out that many men have shown genuine concern about such issues as birth control and abortion without seeing greater depth to feminism depth to feminism than this. Others have identified feminism with sexual revolution out of motives of self-interest. Some gay men have linked it with the gay revolution and seen it as a useful source of allies, but have not pursued the idea more deeply than this. In all such cases, there is partial understanding, but not the depth of agreement that constitutes covenant. Listen, she said that shit. And I have experienced it so often that it's exhausting. And it's only recently that people are starting to really deep dive into this whole concept about particularly gay men who can still be the most vicious fucking misogynistic patriarchs. That's an uncomfortable conversation to be having, but it's one that needs to be had. Some of the most vicious haters of women I have ever met are gay men. Having the first 3 roommates of my adult life were gay men. One was a drag queen. And the shit that gay men being oppressed people, feel so comfortable saying about women and to women in the presence of women. And because they oppress too, we become disarmed because they're gay. So they're not interested in us, and so we think that because they're gay and they're not interested in us, they can't possibly hate us. So we become disarmed in the spaces with our gay male friends on how to respond to obviously misogynistic and patriarchal behavior and language that they exude comfortably in space with women. She just said that. Dr. Louis Catrona, a Boston psychologist who has been a leading activist in men's liberation, has expressed discouragement about the short-sightedness of men in male liberation groups. In his experience with such groups, he found that there was a great general consensus that sex stereotyping is bad insofar as it oppresses men by forcing them to suppress emotions, control the urge to cry, always be aggressive, and seize the initiative and be morbidly concerned with performance. However, when it came to the question of relinquishing the benefits of those sex roles, very few were willing and or able to see any problem. They perceived themselves as doing their wives a favor by helping them with the housework, but not as doing this simply because they had an equal responsibility to do so. On the level of ideology, male feminists of modern times, from John Stuart Mill to Theodore Roszak, have frequently comprehended a great deal, but their analysis has never really been ontological. They have not examined the dimensions of the struggle on the level of being and non-being. I think that this is the radical reason for the contradictoriness or just falling short of the mark that radical women find irritating even in the most excellent productions. Roszak, for example, in an otherwise excellent historical analysis, disappoints the reader at the end by misconstruing such activities as learning karate, implying that women want to become brutes and bastards like so many men. He suggests concerning the movement, quote, he suggests concerning the movement that, quote, perhaps its historical purpose will be to shatter the sexual stereotypes at the expense of the compassionate virtues, leaving us all, men and women alike, with the nobler task still to achieve. Gandhi's hope, all power renounced but that of love, end quote. Roszak apparently does not perceive the connection between women's learning karate and human overcoming of the dichotomy between power and love. As long as, quote, love is assigned to one sex and power to the other, the ontological union of love, power, and justice, Gandhi's dream, will be unrealizable. Learning karate is not an act of violence, but of prevention of violence. for it is directed to removing potential victims from a rapist world that requires for its perpetuation a caste of people educated to be victims. Woo, child, God. Woo, woo, child. Did y'all hear what she just said? Oh, child, she said, we are educated to be victims. God damn. Listen, she said, learning karate is not an act of violence, but a prevention of violence, for it is directed to removing potential victims from a rapist world that requires for its perpetuation a caste of people educated to be victims. Ooh. Yo, shit. What is she talking about right there? Anybody who's been following me any period of time, what is, in that one statement, what is she talking about right there? Somebody impress me. What is she talking about in that one sentence? Was she talking about the need for karate is the prevention of fucking victims? The need for karate is the prevention of victims, especially in a world, as she said, especially directed by removing potential victims from a rapist world that requires for its perpetuation a caste of people educated to be victims. What's she talking about? Anybody know? Can anybody venture a guess what she talking about right there? What does it mean to be a caste of people, a whole race of people in a society that requires victims? That's what she's saying. The society needs victims in order to perpetuate itself. And it has a good base of victims in the caste of people educated since birth to be victims. What is she talking about? Anybody venture a guess what she talking about? We've been talking about it a lot, especially with Mary Daly. She the one put us on. She is what does it mean for her to say the perpetuation of a caste of people educated? How are they educated to be victims? How are they educated? That's what I want to know. How are they educated to be victims? What does she mean, the caste of people educated to be victims? Because the society at large needs an entire caste of people to be victims. How are they educated to be victims? Deliberately programming someone's perspective. How? Yes, Aaron Pfeiffer. How? What have we been talking about? What have we been talking about? What have we been talking about? Yes, you right on it. Aaron Pfeiffer. Come on, tell me. Y'all right on the brink. Yes, Claudia Ankara, through all these patriarchal traditions. What specifically are we constantly talking about? How, though? How does religion, through the church and politics, how, though? How? What is it? What is the mechanism that they use? What is the instrument that they use to, quote, educate people to be victims? I ain't trying to indoctrination to be subservient and docile. What's the instrument that generates the indoctrination to be subservient and docile? Y'all are right on the brink. Keep going. Aaron Pfeiffer, sadomasochistic what? No, Aaron Pfeiffer, you right on it. One more word. The sadomasochistic what? You right on it, Aaron. Tell me. Y'all right on it. All of y'all right on the brink. Remember, I'm always talking about the three foundational pillars of all these religious institutions, all of them. Christianity, Judaism, Islam, what's the other one? Buddhism, Hinduism. They all have these three pillars that uphold these religious institutions. Y'all going too far. She got the first two words. Aaron Pfeiffer said sadomasochism. What is the pillar associated with sadomasochism? Asceticism. Yes, asceticism. Remember, I was saying Asceticism is that tenet in all of those traditions I just named that glorify suffering, that glorify the need for pain and suffering. It's sadomasochistic because, yes, you can say you're going to suffer for the Lord, you're going to suffer for Jesus or Yahweh or whoever the fuck it is at any given time, right? But if you are going to take on suffering, you can't just take on suffering. You can't listen now. You can't just take on suffering by yourself. Somebody has to be ordained to inflict the suffering. That's the sadistic aspect. So here she's saying that all of the systems require a caste of people educated to victimhood. That's asceticism. How you take into your consciousness that it is your lot in life to suffer. And so all you can do is prove how well you can suffer. Prove how well you can self-victimize. Not just self-victimize, prove how much you can blame yourself for being victimized by somebody else. Isn't that what people do? Who are victims of rape, who are victims of sexual crimes, who are victims of murder? Well, if I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, you know, I shouldn't have been walking by myself at home. We are the perpetual ascetics. This is what it means. This one sentence right here, that's what she's talking about. She says, when this dude is saying, you know, all of that stuff, you shouldn't have dressed like that, you shouldn't have wore your hair like that. You don't get no empathy if you look like me, if you get raped. You don't get no empathy. Feel me? Why her titties out? Why she showing so much cleavage? Why her ass so big? Why her hair nappy? You feel me? And so in this discussion, this short-sighted discussion by this author Rozak, talking about learning karate and overcoming and the human overcoming of the dichotomy between power and love, she's like, that shit is wrong. She said, learning karate is not an act of violence, but of prevention of violence, for it is directed to removing the potential for victims from a rapist world that requires for its perpetuation a caste of people educated to be victims. Male liberation cannot happen without this de-victimization. But perhaps in the long run, this is what even male feminists fear. For as Marcuse says of our society in another context, the real specter is liberation. Women and men inhabit different worlds, even though these are profoundly related emotionally, physically, economically, socially. There is a wall that is visible to those who almost have managed to achieve genuine interplanetary communication with the opposite sex. The prerequisite of this achievement is communication within the divided self, discovery of the lost self. The adequate meaning of the two worlds, then, cannot be imagined as a simple one-to-one relationship between representatives of humanity's two halves. She like, we all out here fucked up. We all broken. We all one half of who our true potential can be. All of us. So we halves meeting each other, trying to fix some shit as broken motherfuckers. That's what she's saying. We trying to have a reasonable conversation and method of communication when we all out here just halves of ourselves. That's what she's saying. She said the prerequisite of this achievement is communication within the divided self, the discovery of the lost self. The adequate meeting of the two worlds then cannot be imagined as a simple one-to-one relationship between representatives of humanity's two halves. For half a person really can never be met. For half a person can really never can meet the objectified other half. The adequate cosmosis will require a breakdown of walls within the male psyche as well as within the androgynous. That is to become them. Oh, let's see. An adequate cosmosis will require a breakdown of the walls within the male psyche as well as within the female. It will require in men as well as in women a desire to become androgynous. That is, to become themselves. Whenever men manage to see this promise in themselves of actually finding themselves, of finally agreeing with themselves, they will have reached the threshold of the new space. They will have begun to discover the covenant. Oh, fuck. They will begin to have to discover the covenant, baby. If they do not shrink from the good news because it means loss of undeserved privilege and prestige, or because it means setting forth on a long and perilous trip into uncharted territory, they might succeed in becoming human. Let me put these cats up because now they pissing me off. Y'all is being chumps. Y'all know y'all being chumps. Gone. Go in your room. Doing too damn much. Making all that damn noise. Anyway, child, she said, y'all might fuck around and become human. Listen, also violating Black women didn't used to be a crime. Many people still follow that belief. Absolutely, yes. Y'all hear what she just said? Child, she said, look, these men, if they learn to listen to the new emerging language of the becoming woman, to discover the other lost half of themselves. She said, this process called cosmosis, where we become full humans. In the male, honey, she said it will require in men as well as in women a desire to become androgynous. That is, to become ourselves. Whenever men manage to see this promise in themselves of actually finding themselves, of finally agreeing with themselves, they will have reached the threshold of the new space. They